All right, we'll go ahead and get started. I would like to welcome everyone to our special meeting. It is now 6 p.m. We'll start with the roll call. And can you go ahead and give us a roll call?
Councilmember McQuay,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Here.
and Mayor Gary.
Here, thank you, Ann. Go ahead and move to line item number 2, which is our closed session. Before we go into that, see if there's any comments. Nope. All right, I'll go ahead and see you in closed session. Thank you. All right, good evening. We'll go ahead and start our regular meeting. I would like to welcome everyone to our regular meeting. It is now 7 p.m. We'll call in the meeting to order. We go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Councilmember McQuay,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Here.
and Mayor Gary.
Here, thank you so much, Ann. We'll go ahead, line item number 3, report on action taken in closed session. We'll defer to our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Gary. The council met in closed session and there's no reportable action.
All right, thank you so much. We'll go down to line number 4, ceremonial matters to 4-1, the Proclamation for Hispanic Latinx Heritage History Month. Excuse me. Whereas Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month provides an opportunity to acknowledge the Latinx population in Albany and recognize the contributions to our city, and whereas the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson and was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending October 15th. And whereas the terms Hispanic, Latina, Chicano, and Latinx are as diverse as the ingredients we put in our pots, and each term may mean something different to each person. And whereas the term Latino includes a diverse group of people with roots throughout Latin America and beyond, and with a heritage connected to the original indigenous communities of Latin America and Africa. And whereas Latinos in Albany make incredible contributions to our neighborhoods, communities, and sectors of the economy. And we are a greater and more vibrant place because of it. And whereas in the city of Albany, Latinos make up approximately 11% of the population, that the city looks forward to increase collaboration with our Latino community at home and abroad. And whereas the Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month 2021 theme, Esperanza, a celebration of Hispanic heritage and hope, invites us to celebrate Hispanic heritage and to reflect on all the contributions Hispanics have made in the past and will continue to make in the future. And whereas the celebration also acknowledges the important, though often untold roles and achievements Hispanics, Latin Americans have played in our history, identity, culture, economy, literature, invention, sports, science, medicine, and politics. And whereas teachers like Nadia Gonzalez, Alaganza, and Tatiana Martin Borga are powerful examples of academic achievement, cultural pride, and self-knowledge, and a commitment to our youth future. Additionally, Clementina Duran is an AUSD school board member who has championed advocacy for the academic achievement of Latinx students, and whereas Latinx-owned businesses included but not limited to Five Tacos and a Beer, Telera, Simmons Mexican Grill and Preparation, Cuisine, Bordeaux's, Taquiata, and Casa contribute greatly to the city's economic development diversity. Now, therefore, the Albany City Council does hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2021 as Hispanic Latinx Heritage Month in the city of Albany. We acknowledge the contributions of Hispanic and Latin people in our community and recognize that our journey to a fully inclusive society is not our end. We have students from the Albany High School that will accept this proclamation.
Could the student please raise your hand? I'm not sure who is here.
Hi, I'm Ana Yancy Quintero. I'm one of the members of the Conexión Latina at the high school. I think my fellow leadership members are going to be joining soon. I'm not quite sure. I know one of them was having a bit of trouble finding the link.
I see somebody else raising their hand. Then they disappeared.
Hello, my name is Angel Castillo. I'm one of the officers in the club with Adiansi. I'm the treasurer of the club. Nice to meet everyone.
Did you have any other words you would like to say? I would like to thank you for coming to receive this proclamation. And again, it's about uplifting the diverse voices here in Albany, and we celebrate this Latinx Heritage Month. So thank you so much for coming and joining us this evening.
I just wanted to properly introduce myself again. I'm Yancy Quintero. I'm the secretary of the Conexión Latina, and I'm currently a senior at Albany High School. And I also wanted to give my huge thanks for this proclamation. It means a lot to me and my group, and we're very happy to be here and to have received this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, I want to jump in. My name is Ariana Eduardo Hernandez, and I'm a senior at Albany High School and the president of Conexión Latina. We want to thank Mayor Gary for attending the previous Women's Latinas meeting. It meant a lot to the Hispanic and Latinx community for this acknowledgement as well. And I want to give a brief thank you to our parents and parents of other members for listening to us and supporting us all the way.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll go ahead and move to line item 4.2.
Mayor,
Oh,
I
I'm
believe
sorry.
there's public comment. There's people here for public comment.
Okay, go ahead. We give them 2 minutes. Go ahead, Ebra.
Hi, my name is Everett Fuentes. I am a participating member of Familias Latinas de Albany, and I just want to give my thanks and appreciation for Mayor Gary and her cabinet, and all of you for attending this meeting and hearing a very important part of our culture in our community. And I look forward to working together with the school district and the city administrators to see how we can better and improve the conditions of our students and the resources and the needs of each and every family. So I just wanted to take a minute or so to just say thank you. And I look forward to working with anyone who is willing to diversify our community and improve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next comment.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jeremiah. We do have a very diverse community, and I appreciate the proclamation. I watched an hour episode, I think it was last night or the night before on television, Channel 7 or 3 or something, but it was an hour on Latino culture. It explained everything, Latinx, Latinx, and how people want to be called Latin, and it's kind of up to their own person. The older generation calls himself more Latin or Latino, the younger generation's Latinx. I believe that the letter X represents a variable, like an algebra equation, and X could represent anything. So you could be Latinx, which could be Latin African American, or I don't know. I think it's great. We need more terminology, and all this stuff can be on our surveys, and we just had our Solano, whatever you want to call it, the fair, and I noticed on the flyer that came out, front and back was all in English. And last year we had talked about being more diverse, and it went out again, both sides in English. And I wrote an email to SAA, and we're going to try to get at least Spanish on the backside and advertised for Solano Stroll, and things in Albany being advertised in Spanish and not just English. Keep up the good work, everybody. We're all here together on the same team. Let's just focus on the goals to make a positive change and sleep good at night. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Olga.
Hi, my name is Olga Miranda. I am an activist here in Albany, but also more known as Joaquin's mom. I want to be able to thank you, Mayor Gary, for being the first ever in my experience of living in Albany to attend a Familias Latinas meeting, but also being able to give us an opportunity to have our children felt acknowledged and embraced, and we appreciate that very much. You can't thrive if we're not celebrating the diversity that lives and exists in Albany. It's not that we people work here, it's also that we live here, we own homes here, and that our presence is embraced and felt. So I want to thank you, Mayor Gary, for doing that extra effort and not just acknowledging us, but also giving us a proclamation of for our children, but also for our entire community. Thank you so much for the incredible work. And I ask every single one of the council members here to make it easy for us to be able to have celebration of the different cultures and communities that exist in Albany. I would ask that you facilitate in being able to have a celebration of Latino History Month, Chicano, Latino, Hispanic, Latinx History Month at the end of the month of our celebration. So I would just ask that you guys join us, participate in the community events, and support the students. Conexión Latina, I'm incredibly proud of these students who I know have attend the high school, but have grown up in Albany schools. So thank you so much, Mary Gary.
Thank you. Go ahead, Karen.
Hi there, my name is Karen Orcasi Zapata. I am a resident of Albany, and I wanted to start off by echoing Olga's words that it was an honor to have Mayor Gary at the Familias Latinas meeting. We had around 15 parents, Latino parents, at the meeting. The meeting was held in Spanish and English so that our community had access. And the young people were there, and I want to really recognize the work that they're doing at Albany High School. I also really want to recognize that we have Latino families in the district that don't live in the city of Albany, and they are also part of our community, and that can be a very vulnerable position to be in the school district and yet not live within the borders of Albany. We know how incredibly segregated the housing is in this city. That is due to historical intentional segregation that's happened in our city. So I just want to call out the families that are part of AUSD, that are part of this community, but may not live in this community. And they are an incredibly important part of our district. And a lot of them don't speak English as their first language. So let's keep the work that we need to do to provide material in more than one language, in Spanish in particular. And I did want to also congratulate the students. Thank you all so much for being there. And I do know that they have some announcements before they leave. So don't let them leave without making an announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have one more.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hola. Buenas noches. My name is Iris Miranda. I'm a parent of a senior at Albany High School, formerly on the PTA, and also a Girl Scout mom. My daughter is Ana Yancy Quintero, who spoke earlier. And I wanted to thank the mayor for being at our meeting that we had just this past week. And it was a great honor to have her present to meet some of our parents. And we really appreciate the fact that we're getting acknowledged this month for Hispanic Heritage Month. But just as I believe one of the earlier speakers mentioned that he'd watched the show about Hispanic Heritage Month, And this is maybe for us, our elected officials that are listening. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo stipulated that all political issues needed to be translated into English. The first and official language should be Spanish. And the gentleman earlier mentioned that some of the information is not posted in Spanish. And this is a disservice to our community. I'm really happy and honored that we're getting this honor this month, and that we're being recognized by the city of Albany. But I think it's important to keep an appreciation for all of the cultures that are here, and not just Spanish speaking, but there are other communities here that live with us, and that we need to acknowledge everyone. But gracias de todo corazón. If you haven't read the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, I would encourage you, especially as our elected officials. You would be very surprised to read some of the stuff in there, and it's in Spanish. So get your Spanish-English dictionaries ready. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think our students, if you had an announcement, if you want to let the council and the public know what's going on this month.
Yeah, I will begin. To reintroduce myself, my name is Ariana, and I'm a senior at Albany High School in the President of Conexión Latina. To give some background about Conexión Latina, we are dedicated to fostering a safe and positive environment in which Latinx and Hispanic voices can be heard, while also educating one another on different cultures. We also have a number of activities and events planned. As part of this would be including collaboration with Latinx identified groups, fundraisers, community discussions, guest speakers, and more. Our purpose is to talk about ways to strengthen our Latinx community and Latinx and Hispanic community, and to plan initiatives throughout Albany. And if you could possibly introduce yourself next, Joaquin, thank you.
Hi, my name is Joaquin Rubio Miranda. I'm a junior at Albany High School, and I'm the vice president of Conexión Latina. I look forward to working with my team to be able to build our club and build our community. We want to be able to do community events like fundraisers and the mural honoring Latino culture at the high school. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Angel Castillo, and I'm a senior at the Albany High School and the treasurer of Conexión Latina. And this year, I'm hoping to expand the club and the community as well. As the club treasurer, my job is to be able to make events or like fundraising, as previously mentioned by Joaquin, to help out the club in any way, such as making or like fundraising money for the club, so that we can possibly have field trips or have go to any historic Latino places, and or have merch for the members in our club. And the way that the community can help us out can be from helping us advertise as well, or make purchases, or help us out in our fundraising. Thank you.
Hi again, I'm Aniansi Quintero, the secretary of the club. So one of the events that we're planning currently for our students in order for us to get to know each other and celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month together as students that are attending Albany High School is a movie night. Currently, we are still in the process of Club Rush, so we're recruiting members, but that'll be happening this week. And by then we'll have a lot more information. Our main goal for this movie night is just to get to know each other and also reflect back on our Latino heritage. And so we're kind of waiting to see what movie we'll be watching. But for all the parents out there, just tell your kids about it, let them know. We're trying to get a lot of student input on what we're going to watch. And we already had discussions with administration that we're able to use the Little Theater at the Albany High School. So we have that whole thing set up already. And also, as for community-wide events, currently we're focusing on student gatherings, so that way we get to see each other and talk again, since COVID has prevented a lot of us from socializing and getting to know each other. But later in the year, we're hoping to hold a lot more things that are open to everybody, and we just hope that you keep those in mind and are willing to join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, students, for coming on again and sharing your events and receiving the proclamation. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to line item 4-2 with the certification of recognition. And let's see if Daniel is here. Hi, how are you, Daniel? But first, we want to just thank you and recognize you for your many service in Albany community with PTA member at Parnell, Albany High School, as well as the City of Albany Community Media Access Committee. So we just wanted to take this time to recognize your hard work and what you brought to the community and the Latinx family. And I'll be quiet and I'll let you speak.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gary. My family moved to Albany in 2007, so I think that's 14 summers ago. And within a week, we were in the middle of a block party, and it felt like a neighborhood that we were really going to enjoy being a part of. So I decided I'm going to buckle down and be an active parent in the school community. And I've been rewarded many times over for my participation in the PTA, at the elementary school, at the high school, in Familias Latinas, and helping the Albany Disability Squad get started. This place feels more, the Bay Area feels more at home to me than any place else. And I think that's because we have a better understanding of how complex somebody's identity can be. And I think that's really especially relevant for Latin Americans, because we're not one ethnic group. We're a group of nationalities from North America, Central America, and South America, which means there are Korean Mexicans, there are Japanese Peruvians, there are German Jewish Venezuelans, and that makes us really well suited for the kind of embrace of complex identity that I've found here in the Bay, and especially here in Albany for my children growing up here. Thanks to everybody for giving me a chance to take part in that.
Thank you so much, Daniel. All right, we'll go to line item 43, and I'll ask Councilmember Tiedemann if he can help me with the proclamation for 43.
Sure thing. It's proclamation in recognition of M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi Day. Whereas M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi School of Islamic Sufism is an international nonprofit organization focused on attaining self-knowledge to help maintain balance, wellness, and contentment in all aspects of life through the principles of Sufism, a 1400-year-old discipline that knows no cultural, religious, or racial boundaries. And whereas M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi has long been active in their respective communities, whether by initiating interfaith dialogue to bring greater tolerance and understanding among different faiths, or by assisting those in need within their cities and surrounding areas. And whereas M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi has distinguished itself through their acts of service and charitable work dedicated to supporting Californians who have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas COVID-19 hit M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi saw an immediate need in our most vulnerable populations, including the homeless, low-income families, and our elderly, and decided to act. And whereas M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi volunteers globally have produced and donated more than 100,000 pieces of personal protective equipment to organizations throughout their communities, they have held major food drives staffed by volunteers and have distributed more than 107 tons of food. They have provided more than 22,162 hygiene kits to people in need, as well as gifted more than 18,165 toys and school supplies to children and families. And whereas M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi has offered free online Sufi meditation sessions in multiple languages on Facebook, Instagram, in addition to free courses to help individuals cope with the stress of the COVID-19 pandemic, including donating 1,059 tablets and 35,760 disposable headsets for the caring for our caregivers' mental health programs for healthcare workers worldwide. And whereas the individuals involved with M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi are bringing hope to those who are facing great hardship during these difficult times, and through their commitment to helping create and sustain the best quality of life for all, have set an inspiring example for their neighbors. Now therefore be it proclaimed that Janelle Gary, Mayor of the City of Albany, on behalf of the City Council, Council do hereby declare September 30th, 2021 be recognized as M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi Day, and that the volunteers of M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi be commended for their generous contributions to the community.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. I believe Dr. Cho. If you would raise your hand, please. And I see you're in the audience. Oh, it looks like Conrad Webb. Okay. Go ahead, please. You're on mute if you're speaking.
Can you hear me now? Thank
We
you so
can.
much.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much for having us. I'm Mina Kaimabadi, one of the students of M.T.O. Shahmaghsoudi School of Sufism. We wanted to give you our sincere appreciation, Mayor Gary and the council members, for making this community a beautiful place to flourish for all diversities and all communities such as ourselves. We are honored to receive this proclamation, and we are honored that what we've done as a service, which is a major principle of Sufism to serve our community, has been honored and has been recognized. Thank you so much again, and we hope to continue our community efforts and be a very important and major source to provide support for our community as much as possible. Thank you again for this certification.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll go ahead and move down to line item number 5, which is the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. An update on the eucalyptus trees on Albany Hill. The initial tree removal project on the hill is going well. Staff still plans to bring a full update on this issue along with proposed next steps to the council in October, so quickly approaching. A reminder that we're still in Albany Local Week, so please take advantage of those events as they run through September 26th. It's an opportunity to celebrate our amazing businesses, parks, attractions, and the uniqueness of our entire city. Our website is albanyca.org/Albany Local Week. You can see it here. And there's some great discounts and opportunities still available. As part of this event, we ran and are continuing to run Your Best Day Ever in Albany. And I wanted to take a moment to spotlight. We've had tons of just great submittals, and this one seemed to just fit the themes in so many different ways. This is Joyce's Best Day Ever in Albany. I'd begin the day with a hearty breakfast on the back patio of Sam's Log Cabin, then would walk off some of the calories at Albany Bowl. After 11 a.m. on a Wednesday through Sunday, I'd hunt for treasures at the upscale curated collection of designer clothes, framed artwork, and vintage housewares at the thrift shop of the Berkeley Humane Society. In the afternoon, I'd go to Sprouts to buy fixings for a picnic from their deli counter, then stow the booty in a cooler, drive to Terrace Park, meet friends for a lively prearranged game of doubles on a reserved tennis court, then stake out a picnic table to enjoy an outdoor feast as we watch the amusing assortment of dogs and children play on the field and climbing set. During the evening, I'd walk from Albany High School, zigzagging through Thousand Oaks neighborhood to Calusa Circle, then walk down Solano, window shopping until I arrived at Juanita and Maud's for a lovely dinner with friends. So again, these are just sweet examples of how unique our city is. So really like to thank the community for sharing their best day ever in Albany. And that actually concludes my report. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you, City Manager, for your report. We'll go ahead and move down to line number 6, which is the good of the city for public comment. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda. Please note that each speaker will have 3 minutes to make their comments. And we'll go ahead and raise your hand and we'll bring you to the forefront. And we can go ahead and start with Susan. Go ahead, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm Susan Schwartz, head of Friends of Five Creeks, whose volunteers have been working to restore Codornices Creek, among other creeks, for 25 years. I wish I could share a lot of good news that we have with you, but this evening I'm sad to say that we believe that with Berkeley's clearing of the camps along the frontage road, the encampments between and immediately adjacent to the Albany Little League fields and Codornices Creek, more or less opposite 9th Street on UC Berkeley land in Albany, are now the worst in our entire area. Your staff has photographs more vivid than mine. You have our letter on the garbage paved ground, the unsanitary conditions that you can often smell at a distance, the frequent fires, the dangers that dead trees will fall at any time, people sleeping in dry portions of the creek bed, and more. For those who may be listening online, our letter is on the Friends of Five Creeks website. Better, I hope you will all take a walk and see for yourselves. I'm not here to place blame. This is not a simple problem. As our letter says, we believe the long-term solution is a fair and workable maintenance agreement, which we've been seeking for a number of years above 8th Street. Things are much better below 8th Street. But the current situation is urgent. These are not conditions that a civilized nation should tolerate. And I'd like you to ask yourselves what the young children on the Little League fields, where a new curtain ineffectually tries to screen our shame, are really learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Go ahead, please.
Yes, the city, Clay Larson speaking, the city recently went to a new system for archiving meeting agendas and minutes. With the old system, the archive agendas were posted for each body separately in chronological order. They're still divided by years, but now they're all lumped together and you have to scroll through a year's worth of meeting to find a particular meeting. That's inconvenient, but the real problem that is in a number of cases, I found that the agendas that are available are not populated with the files that were originally included in the original agenda. In other words, the staff reports and consultant reports, and there's no record of any correspondence that we received. This information is actually useful for digging into the record of a legislative body's actions. It's always been available in the past. I think we should continue to make it available. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is Nick Pilch, Albany resident. I'm sure the staff is working to make the new agenda system better, but I do appreciate his concern about having the documents all available going forward. But I wanted to talk to you tonight about and remind you again, and apologies if I've missed this because I haven't followed every city council meeting, but remind you again that you have an opportunity to reform Measure K, which deals with zoning on one side of Albany Hill, and put that on the ballot in the next general election. And also the remainder of Measure D, which enforces single family zoning on one small part of the city. That part, I believe it's Brighton to the north, to the El Cerrillo border, which already has a number of multifamily dwellings and would be a perfect place to put more. So I do look forward, or I do wish the council would put those items on the agenda for discussion and possible inclusion as ballot measures in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, Albany residents. My name is Jeremiah on the Social and Economic Justice Commission. I just want to let everybody know that the homeless laundry program that the Albany residents are managing is going great. We've got really good cooperation from restaurants on Solano, like Little Star Pizza, donates 2 large 2-topping thin crust pizzas every Thursday for the homeless at the Thursday laundry program at Solano Cleaning Center. From the hours have changed to 2 o'clock to 5 p.m. Now it's open for 3 hours instead of 2. Big shout out to Daniel Winkler for helping keep the lights on with this laundry program. Also Hal's office for donating pastries and wonderful lemonade that these homeless people would never get to eat. Really good food from Solano businesses. Also, if anybody out there is listening and you want to go to a free grocery store, it's a food bank and it's called Berkeley Food Pantry. And that is located at 1908 or 1600 Sacramento. I'm sorry, 1600 Sacramento. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You can get all sorts of groceries that you would get anyway. It's Sprouts donations, Whole Foods donations, Costco donations. And it's open to Albany residents. It's not really for homeless people. Well, I mean, homeless people can attend, they don't turn people away, but you do have to have an ID. So as long as you have an Albany address and an ID, you can get 4 bags of groceries. 1 bag's full of meat, 1 bag's full of vegetables, another bag full of bread, another bag full of, juice and beef jerky and pastries. To really supplement your grocery bill. I remember when I used to go grocery shopping, which I don't anymore because I go to food banks. And at the end of the day, it's so sad to watch these people throw away all this food. I mean, cases of strawberries and bananas and just boxes of food gets thrown away. So please go to the Berkeley Food Pantry right there on Sacramento and Cedar. Copy that. Sacramento and Cedar. That's Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So go get your free food. Get there early. It's great. It's really good food, and it's not like it expires tomorrow. This is food that is good for another couple weeks. So we're in a pandemic. Go get your free food. 1600 Sacramento. It's called Friends Church, Sacramento and Cedar. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. I hope I see you there. This is open to all Albany residents. Bring your ID and go get your $200-300 worth of free food.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I was very disappointed, but not surprised that at your last meeting, you didn't react to the excellent presentation proposed by the Community Task Force on Policing, requesting the City Council to create a Public Safety Accountability Commission. After the murder of George Floyd almost 16 months ago, there were numerous city-sponsored commissions and consultants discussing, educating, and training us about systematic racism and policing nationally and in Albany. Your vote last week to create a Public Safety Accountability Commission was finally the City of Albany's opportunity to take action. You failed us. I have to ask, has the City Council or any previous City Councils participated in any training sessions about how systematic racism in the United States historically evolved, continues to prevail, and how this council could and should deal with it by taking action? Waiting for a meeting in October, but in reality probably months later, to gather more details and information from the task force about how the commission would operate and be charged is not action, but procrastination. You need to start immediately to finally confront two very difficult issues that have plagued Albany over the years. I ask you to take another vote at your next meeting on the 4th of October to create the Public Safety Accountability Commission as recommended by the Community Task Force on Policing, with exact details to be recommended by them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
I'm Ann Oganowski. I live in El Cerrito, but I have been volunteering with Friends of Five Creeks for over 20 years and want to address the camp situation in Cardozo. When I first volunteered at Cardozo, there was no real path between 8th and 10th. I can distinctly remember inching my way along a few inches of ground and clinging to a chain link fence with my fingers to get to where we were working. We did a lot to make a usable path by which we could bring in tools and remove the weeds and the trash that we collected. It's been several months since I've done work on Cardozo, but the last couple times I was there, a good part of the time was spent clearing out a small encampment. At that time in the spring, it was rather small, but it still took a huge bag of trash to clear. And then the next week, it would be the same thing over again. It's not just a demoralization question. It's the fact that something that is so beautiful and pristine has been trashed and made unavailable or unpalatable to other people. I would like to urge you to please exert any influence you can over the University of California about clearing the camp. I know the camp is in Albany, but that UC does have some jurisdiction. Please prevail on them to do something about it. You know, for the little leaguers, but for everybody in Albany and the surrounding area that likes to use that trail. I mentioned several months before, what a refuge that part of the park is, the creekside, when it's hot. It can be very cool and very quiet. And this is something I think that should be made as available as possible to as many people as possible. But with the conditions there now, it's not a place even I want to go to. So please be mindful of the conditions there and do whatever is in your power or in the power of your various departments to have the encampment cleared. Well, one other point. I wonder how much more expensive it would be to have to do a hazmat cleanup than it would be to keep the place clear, you know, from this happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. Go ahead, Julie.
I wanted to second the comments by the previous speaker about the Public Safety Accountability Commission as recommended by the Community Task Force on Policing. I'm actually really unclear as to, from watching the meeting a couple times and actually attending it, it sounded like, I think was saying no to what was being proposed and sending it back to the task force to come up with other ideas. But I know that Councilmember Nason posted on a Facebook page that it actually had passed. So I would appreciate, one thing I would appreciate is just to have it clarified as to actually what happened, because those of us who attended certainly didn't have that impression. And I know there's been some other comments in response to her posting. So I just would love, I think there absolutely should be a community task force on policing. And I think that the city council should listen to that there should be a Public Safety Accountability Commission. And I think that since you chose to have a community task force on policing, ask them to do the work. They've done the work. This was their recommendation. I think you should listen to them. I also wanted to speak for a minute about this Five Creeks thing. I didn't know anything about it, but I am really sorry to hear the people who are living in tents because they have no other place to live being called an encampment. I don't know why there's trash on the ground, but I would suspect it's because the city isn't providing trash receptacles and isn't picking it up regularly. I don't know if the city is providing porta potties and hand washing stations. The issue of homelessness and who's experiencing homelessness is something that the city has not done a very good job of taking on. As you know, if you look at the previous housing element, where we have absolutely not provided extremely low income housing for people, where people are supposed to go, just chasing them off and saying they have to leave so that other people can have what one speaker called a beautiful and pristine area is really just dismaying to me, and I think to a lot of us who really care about our fellow human beings. So I hope that the city, instead of going down there and trying to kick everybody off so that some people can go down and not have to worry about whether people are experiencing homelessness, instead will make a bigger effort to try to find housing for people. I know that you're making some effort, but obviously it's not working. And I am so sorry to hear people talking about this sort of not in my backyard kind of attitude towards people who are experiencing homelessness. And I wish people would just stop calling them encampments. They are tent communities, or they are communities of people who have nowhere else to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. I believe that's it. Let me just do a quick check. All right, I would like to bring it back to the council. Did any council member or vice mayor have a question? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see Grace. Sorry about that.
One more.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Grace. I would like to say two things. One, I am deeply disappointed in why the city residents are constantly and continuously letting you know about what we call low-hanging fruit in your city. And you sit there and listen. I look at all of your faces, you sit there and listen, and your actions don't adhere to what the residents actually asked you to do and voted for you to do. That's puzzling. I don't understand why you have a fire danger warning, and I'd like to hear what's being done about that hill in question. 2 other agenda meetings ago, it was suggested by your public works person that there were studies being done and you would come up with a solution. I hear something about trees tonight, and I'm not clear about what the solution is. Council, you're on notice. It's not a good thing. I hear one day in the life of a person that is a resident of the city, a young person, I might add, and that's great. But you're not portraying your city as all it could be and should be. I implore you to do what you've been sent to do, period. Not question mark, period. Explanation point is always accepted. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Mayor, I'd like to make
All right.
a comment, if I could.
Yes, go ahead, please, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I want to clarify some apparent misconceptions about the role of city council members. Each one of us was elected by the voters of Albany to be the policymakers for the city. There are responsibilities inherent in the position of city council member. When policies or programs come before us, it is our responsibility to ensure they meet the overall goals of the city, are based on solid legal ground, and are fiscally responsible. We are accountable to Albany taxpayers to spend public funds appropriately, not only local taxes, but also regional, state, and federal funds. The members of the City Council have an obligation to vet each proposal before us to be sure they meet this criteria. We must do our due diligence to explore all options, determine we have all pertinent facts, and reach a conclusion that best serves the city. I understand the community and at times individual council members, myself included, are frustrated by the length of time required to complete our work. However, it is unfair to interpret this deliberate process, which includes seeking more information, asking questions, exploring options and discussions among council members as stalling, not listening, or having another agenda. This thoughtfulness is what leads to the best outcome and is what we were each elected to do. Thank you.
Any other council member has anything to say? Or to address any comments that the public made? Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just wondering if staff, maybe the city clerk, the city manager could put up on screen the new agenda system and maybe show how to filter a specific year for a specific government body. I know it's not entirely obvious, but it might be helpful to the people who are watching since it was raised by a commenter.
Sure, Vice Mayor. Our city clerk was actually preparing to do that if time allowed and was of interest. So Anne, if you wouldn't mind sharing your screen to walk through our platform.
Okay, so this is the page for meeting agenda. You can get to this page by the home page at the bottom of the home page, the meeting agendas page, or you can just type in albanyca.org/meetings. Once you're on this page, if, for example, if you like to see planning and zoning meetings, you can click on this view all boards and commissions and choose Planning Commission. Then all of the Planning Commission will show up and you can click through the years that you like to see them. For example, in 2017, if you click on the HTML version, you can see the agenda. They're not quite the perfect looking agenda, but all the information is there, including all the attachment, including staff reports and application and attachments. And same thing with other meetings. If you like to see transportation, you can uncheck that. Or if you want to see both of them, you keep both of them checked. But if you want transportation, here are all the transportation. Same thing, you can click through the years to see the different agendas and the attachments. Yeah, and people can always email either cityhall@albanyca.org or cityclerk@albanyca.org, and I can hopefully answer their questions.
All right, thank you so much, Anne, for presenting that. Any other council members have anything to say before we move to the next item? Councilmember Nason, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Julie Winkelstein's question since she referenced me in particular, and wanted to say that it's too bad if the record was not clear enough for people to understand what had happened. My understanding was that, and again, I'll say this is just me because we apparently failed to create a really clear record as we ought to have done. But I came away with the understanding that there was a conceptual consensus that we would establish a police commission. So we will soon be the smallest city by far in the state of California with such a commission, but that we want to understand more thoroughly our options and the different things that need, a number of things that were raised during the hearing that need to be addressed before we can really responsibly move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Councilmember Nason. I'd like to thank the public for rendering their comments and their opinions, as you do have the right to. And as elected officials, we do, as you've elected us to serve the community, we are doing our best to work with the city hand in hand to make every decision that is applicable and afford to everyone that's in our community. So thank you so much. We hear your comments and we will do our best to serve you well. With that said, we will go to consent calendar number 7. And I will zoom around the room and start with Councilmember McQuaid.
7-9, please.
7-9.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Nothing for me, thank you.
I'm sorry, say it again. I didn't hear you.
I said nothing for me. It's a rare day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann
Nothing for me.
and Councilmember Nason.
7-6, please.
7-6. All right.
I just have some questions. I don't need a vote on it.
Okay, sounds good. I'll go and look in the participants to see if anyone had any agenda. We have 2. Go ahead, please.
Am I supposed to talk or do you hear me?
I can't hear you. Say it one more time.
I don't hear you. Okay, I have been living on Pierce Street for more than 40 years, and we were promised a sound wall 40 years ago. We're still waiting for it. And we would really like to know, I mean, entire parks and various things were created in the meantime, and the exit from the freeway on Pierce Street was demolished. And we're still waiting for our sound wall. And, even the Chronicle says that west of San Pablo, we don't count because we are not white and rich. So I would like at some point that this be addressed. I'm also bothered by all the intervention on the hill with the trees and the removal of many trees, including trees which are endangered species specific to the East Bay. I have a hobby of looking at which trees are endangered. And I know very well several endangered species were removed from the hill. And I don't know on which ground. Some people apparently think there should be only poison oak and oaks. So that, including something called the juniper of the East Bay, which is found on this hill and very few other places. And I would really like explanation about that. I mean, there are a lot of little strips of color put on various trees. We don't know why. And I know for a fact that endangered species were cut. So the combination of that plus still no work on the sound wall is starting to be bothering after all these decades. So that's one thing I wanted to say. There are endangered species of animals on Albany Hill, by the way. That's well known to birders, and there is a special snake too, which I've seen once or twice. So and of course there used to be the monarch butterflies, which were coming by the thousands, literally entire clouds of them. There are very few left in the world of this western monarch, and Albany Hill used to be the place where they were found even very recently. So and they take refuge in the eucalyptuses, the blue Tasman trees. So it's very important to be very cautious with these trees, which apparently got an ecological shock last year with all the fires and the poisonous gases, which were found more closer to the freeways. And we had a lot of trees dying, including on balconies and stuff like that. So this is a very delicate ecological place. And there has been too much work on top of the hill, absolutely neglecting the ecology. There was a construction of pavement, there were cutting of trees, and apparently, and on top of that, some huge boulders which were still not fixed. And we asked for it, and we contacted some attorneys, which contacted in turn the city. Some of these boulders, which weigh many metric tons, are ready to roll onto the high rises below at the first earthquake. And this was still not fixed after all this time. And it will happen. If we get a 6 Richter quake, some of the boulders will roll downhill, directly crushing everything in their way and colliding in the buildings. That again, we used an attorney to contact city council last year. And I go there perpetually and I see no work whatsoever to correct this. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're on the consent calendar. I'm sorry if we missed you during the public comment. So Jeremiah, do you have anything on the consent you would like to pull?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor. I'd like to pull 7.4 and 7.5, please.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Larson, please. Okay.
Sorry, hold on a sec.
Third tries the charm. I'd like to pull items 7, 8. Were you able to hear that?
Yes, you were. Thank you so much. Okay, I believe that's it. We'll go ahead and start with line number 7.4. Jeremiah.
Thank you, Ann. So 7.4, it's talking about this fire truck, $800,000. It's almost $1 million. So you want to finance it. What's the percentage? What's the interest rate? I mean, that's not on the packet, letting the citizens of Albany know what the interest rate is. You know, what if it's 100%? You got a $1.6 million fire truck. So I mentioned last time in a meeting that UC Berkeley buys the city of Berkeley a fire truck every year. The city of Berkeley, didn't they just get awarded or some hundreds of millions of dollars from UC Berkeley? And Albany didn't get any of that money. But this fire truck, this money could be coming from UC Berkeley. So I wish we could do a study, at least some outreach on some other options instead of financing it on ourselves. You know, that's a lot of money, $800,000. But the fire department needs it. There's a lot of fires lately, so we need it, but we shouldn't have to pay for it. You know, it should be coming from a state grant or a federal grant. You know, call Governor Newsom. You know, I don't know why we don't reach out and ask. You know, closed mouths don't get fed. You know, we got to lose our pride and ask for some assistance. You know, fire's a big deal. You know, so I don't know, you guys are going to approve this tonight. It's just, you know, I want to know what the interest rate is. I want to know how much money, you know, how many years are we going to be paying this off for? 10, 20 years? Because we got to find out another way to pay for this. Talk to UC Berkeley, because Berkeley just got so many millions of dollars from UC Berkeley and Albany got nothing. So do what we can. Thanks.
Thank you. City Manager, do you have someone that can answer this question?
Sure, we have our Finance Director, Heather Rowden here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So the interest rate and the term of the loan are in the staff report. There were two options. Option A was a 10-year term at a 2.9% interest rate. And option B is a 15-year term at 3.3 interest. Staff are suggesting option A, which is the lower interest rate. It's a higher annual payment, but it does save the city money overall.
All right. We'll move down to line number 7.5. That's also Jeremiah.
Oh, okay, just unmute, thanks. You know, so here we go again. You know, we're running around in circles. It's crossing guards. You know, I've been trying to get the city of Albany school zones in our municipal code book for over 10 years now. And I keep talking to transportation meeting and they say we have school zones, but we don't. Now, the state said that we get a state school zone grant, which is $100,000. Simply if we get the word school zone in our municipal code book and have some reduced speed around our schools, 15 miles an hour. But with our city doesn't have school zones, it's kind of hard to get this money to pay for crossing guards. So now we got to take money from sugar sweetened beverage tax to pay for crossing guards. Here's another thing that UC Berkeley is doing to Albany. They backed out of paying for 3 crossing guards. So now Albany has to pay for 6. What happened? We used to only pay for 3 and UC Berkeley pays for 3. Are we still having these 2x2x2 meetings? Because nothing's really going on in these 2x2x2 meetings. You guys don't even open it for public comment. We got to get the situation under control. And with these crossing guards, it's unprofessional. We got crossing guards talking on their cell phone while crossing people on San Pablo. I got pictures on my phone. I was at Arco at the gas station, and you got some guy in his green safety vest, doesn't even say crossing guard. They don't even have matching safety vests. They don't even wear a uniform. They just look like some.
Jeremiah, what is your question so we can make sure we can get the right answer for you?
We need to find a way to fund this crossing guards. We need to get the money from UC Berkeley again, due to past practice, and get these school zones in instead of taking it from sugar sweetened beverage tax. Thank you.
Thank you. To line up number 76 is Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I have a question for staff about how we monitor the quality of the product that we receive under the Sidewalk Rehabilitation Program. I have some concerns, and I don't expect, it would not be reasonable to expect that the new sidewalks have the durability of the ones that were built in the 1920s by a whole different world of people building sidewalks. But I have noticed some of the sidewalks looked like they were beginning to crumble within, very small bits, but with little crumbly edges within a very short time of having been installed. And I'm wondering what is the expected life cycle of these sidewalks? How long are they typically expected to last? And how do we check on the quality to be sure that we're getting what we paid for?
I'm up.
Hi, Mark.
How you doing? So I'll respond to that. Let me first, we do have a quality control process for the construction of the sidewalks. We do look at the compaction underneath it, and in most cases when we have defects with the sidewalk, there's tree roots, base work that needs to be done, and we want to correct the underlying issue to make sure that we have a long-term sidewalk, a functioning sidewalk that doesn't degrade in a short period of time. So we do during construction monitor, making sure the contractor does appropriate compaction, does the appropriate root pruning to make sure that we avoid or eliminate the root sidewalk conflict there. And then we do look at the mix design for the concrete. So we should be getting a long-term fix for the sidewalks. That said, there are places where it is a dynamic area out there, and things do shift around and trees do grow. And so cracks will come in, and that's one of the things that we have to do on look at on a maintenance, long-term maintenance. But I think from a time horizon, we should be getting pretty similar to what we got from the original construction, assuming we can deal with the root conflicts and so forth. But if there are specific areas that you think are unraveling, we could take a look at that, and then we can go back to the contractor, and if there's warranty and cleanup work, we can get that addressed.
please follow up with me. I would like to show you what I'm talking about. It's not that roots are pushing up, but that that, you know what, I think a woman in stiletto heels could probably dig a hole in the sidewalk if she if she put her mind to it. It's the top. Anyway, I'll try to show you what I'm
Sure, we're happy to take a look at that, and if there's an issue with the concrete design, we'll get that dealt with the contractor.
Great, thank you.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Go to line number 7-8, and that's Mr.
Mayor,
Ross.
there is a public comment for 7-6.
Okay, go ahead, please, Jennifer.
Hey there. So I just wanted to talk as to Rochelle's concern and Mark's comments back. I do see what Rochelle's mentioning. Sorry, City Council Person Nason. My apologies. Just as we're walking on San Pablo and Solano, a lot of the kind of filler work that was done to even out some of those sidewalks is crumbling very quickly and has already broken away in many, many places. And I would love to be able to have enough time to pinpoint every one of them for you, but I don't have enough hours in my day. But there are plenty of those cases in which I see what you're talking about, Councilperson Nason. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you so much for your comment. All right, we'll move to line number 7. Mr. Larson, go ahead. You're on mute if you're speaking.
Yeah, just a quick comment on item 7.6, which was Salon, I believe. I would comment on Councilmember Nason's comment that we can't expect sidewalks to be built as well as we did 50 years ago. That sets the bar pretty low, and we may have to outlaw stiletto heels. Thanks.
I didn't say 50, I said 100 years ago. Different era, but still, we should have some long-lived sidewalks. Thank you.
All right, Jeremiah, are you commenting on 7-6? Go ahead, please.
Yes, please. Thank you. You know, I really like the sidewalk on Lower Solano in front of the record shop.
Are you still there? Okay. We'll bring him back on if he pops back in. It looks like he's on. Go ahead, please, Jeremiah.
Thanks, Ann. So I was saying the rubber sidewalk is wonderful. It's really soft if you fall on it. You know, you're not going to break any teeth. I just want to share, I was at the laundry program a couple weeks ago, and I was witnessing some kids and their moms. I don't know what's going on, but the parents don't really seem to be teaching their kids to walk their bikes across the street. But anyway, the kid fell and landed on the sidewalk, and it was really hard. I mean, you got elderly tripping on the sidewalks, you got kids falling on the sidewalks. But what if the sidewalks were made out of rubber? They'd literally just bounce right back up again. You know, and I told the kid that fell, I said, hey, you know, I said, I've fallen over 1,000 times in my life, but, you know, you get back up and you're okay. You know, maybe one time you can't get back, but you're going to be all right. So a kid got back up and it was okay. But if we can make these sidewalks rubber, you know, it'd be great. But then we got to think of how we clean these, right? Can we power wash the rubber when we clean the sidewalks? Is that something Public Works can sanitize, is these rubber sidewalks? So maybe there's a new and improved rubber sidewalk than this one that's been over on Lower Solano. But I would suggest some rubber sidewalks, at least do some research because cement cracks and roots tend to push it up. But these rubber sidewalks, you could probably just pull out a square and replace it easily. So that's all. Just, sidewalks is great, okay? It keeps our community healthy. It encourages people to walk. It encourages people to go walk up and down Solano to create our economy better. It makes it safer. So this whole sidewalk rehabilitation includes proper signage, to cross from sidewalk to sidewalk safely. So this is a great thing. Keep up the good work.
All right, go ahead, David.
I just wanted to come in after Jeremiah because I sent something to the city last year, I think it was, about rubber sidewalks. I don't know if anybody ever followed up. I was just kind of curious because I also discovered that there were rubber sidewalks after tripping on a sidewalk and destroying my elbow in a sidewalk in Albany. So I looked into it and it looked like they were designed because they flex when there's tree roots instead of breaking and cracking. And I don't know, there may be downsides to them. I looked, there's cities all across the country that have rubber sidewalks, and they're actually made from recycled tires. So they're actually recycled besides, they don't use new materials besides the fact that they're soft and don't crack. And I don't think the original intent was to keep people from falling and breaking their hip, but I had the same thought that if you fall on a rubber sidewalk, maybe you won't fracture your elbow or your wrist, your knee. So, but maybe somebody's already looked into it. I just never got any response from the city. So I just thought I would ask if anybody's ever looked into it for this city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Bring it back to council for any further discussion. If not, we'll go ahead and move to line item 7.8. That's Mr. Larson.
Yes, the council is regularly asked to approve initial contracts with the consultants, or as the case this evening, to approve an addition to an existing contract. The council often approves these contracts and additions with very little information about the services to be received. Tonight, where the staff report simply says the contract with Lexington Planning shall be modified to include additional funds for the completion of the San Pablo specific plan. What are we getting for the extra $6,500? What wasn't covered the initial $160,000 contract with Lexington Planning? The council should ask these questions. But more generally, I guess I want to take this opportunity to express my displeasure with the way the consultant has run the current so-called San Pablo Vision Plan. The specific plan has been dishonest and I believe illegal from the start. The consultant claims to have divined a true policy objective for the San Pablo Avenue in the current general plan and is now proposing to change a number of development standards and height limits and density limits, setbacks and daylight planes and floor area ratios in order to implement the real plan of the standard of San Pablo Avenue. However, the aforementioned standards are spelled out in the general plan. So to implement the general plan, we need to change the general plan. The problem here is that the specific plan can't change the general plan. By state law, it must be consistent with the general plan. It must simply implement the general plan provisions. So the whole process has been illegal from the beginning. I'm also concerned that the consultant has not taken any of public comments into considerations. There's been nothing to indicate that the consultant or city staff have even considered the comments by the public. So what's been the result so far of all this? The development standards are being proposed that are actually provide less protection than and provide for greater heights and greater density and less protection than those offered in Berkeley and El Cerrito. I think the council should think about this before they authorize to spend any more money on this hot mess. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Right. City Manager, can you address the questions regarding the extra funds that are being asked for us to approve, or Heather?
Go ahead, Ann.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. Just a few points of clarification. This is a grant that we pursued in 2020. The council on May 4th of 2020 evaluated a staff report as well as the scope of work, which authorized us to formally apply for the grant through the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And what was spelled out with that is that these funds would be used to basically augment some of the costs associated with the CEQA analysis associated with this, as well as other expenses associated with the document production and completion. So effectively, this is backfilling some of the original budget that was authorized. And again, this is being provided through a grant. There is no direct financial impact to the city for amending this contract and allocating these funds to the contract.
Thank you so much, Ann. All right. And lastly, we'll go to line item 7.9. Councilmember McQuaid, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just want to comment that I had sent an individual letter supporting this back in August because I thought that was when the deadline was. So I just wanted to go on record for that.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jordan.
I just can get ready to make a motion when
Go
the
ahead,
council's ready for that. Okay. I will move the consent calendar with option A, if that's not clear, under 7-4, which is the 10-year 2.9% financing.
Seconded.
Can we go ahead and give roll call?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
and Mayor Gary.
Yes. Thank you so
Motion
much. Go ahead into our presentations with the H-1 from a review of the advisory work plan. Go ahead and hear a report from staff.
Good evening, Council. Tonight is the continuation of advisory body work plan presentation. Same as before, staff is recommending for Council to review the work plan and provide any comments or direction on the work plan and approve the work plan. We have the Chair of the Transportation Commission, Ken McCroskey, here to present their work plan. Give me a moment and I'll bring him up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead, Ken.
Well, I don't have a formal presentation planned. I will note that it's been a bit of a longer process this year, responding to your extended and modified work plan program. And we've had, I think we've revisited our work plan at 3 different Transportation Commission meetings, and we were fairly unanimous in presenting this to the council as it stands. I think we have a pretty good record of addressing in fact, I would say all of the issues that were on our previous work plan, although it says that number 8 at the top of page 3, the Pierce Street Path segment was not addressed, but I believe we did address that in part with the housing project, which is involves part of that pathway at down at the end of Washington. So we're interested in your input, and I'm happy to answer questions on any of these items on our work plan.
Thank you so much. Council, you want to open it up for discussion? Councilmember Nason?
No, I'll pass.
Nope.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I'll go ahead and send it out to the public. Looks like we have one public comment. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Jeremiah. I was just wondering if implementing school zones as part of the Albany Municipal Code Book can possibly be on the work plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, it looks like there's no other comments. I'll bring it back to the council. I would like to say thank you for presenting this well thought out plan. It looks very well put together, and I appreciate your hard work and the commission's hard work. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Vice Mayor Jordan. You want to add some comments?
Yeah, I guess I'll first note that school zones are actually on the work plan already. So just to let the commenter know that. My suggestions are to review in the recurring items of review shared mobility and mobility services has been monthly in the past, and reviewing of collision data has been monthly. I think those could probably go to less frequently to save the body some capacity. My experience of that was that there were not necessarily substantive comments that frequently that really provided the benefit of having that information presented. So certainly interested to hear what the chair might have to say about that idea. I will lay out some other ideas. I think school zone speed limits, that item is under recurring items, which I think it would more likely be a one-time action item. Either the city adopts them or does not adopt them. And then two other items in going door to door. In the past, I've heard from residents on the west side of Peralta, south of Sonoma, that the runoff there in storms often jumps the curb and runs through their crawl spaces and whatnot. They have identified, and I don't know if this is correct or not, that the inability of the street sweeper to sweep that location always, because there's no enforcement of no parking there during street sweeping days, allows debris to build up, which blocks the storm drain inlet. And then because of the relief, that results in flooding going over the curb. So I don't know if that's Transportation Commission. I mean, to the extent it has a nexus with parking rules, which then have a nexus with street sweeping, it would be a Transportation Commission item. And then finally, and this is a suggestion for potential item, President of the city brought to my attention the possibility that we're going to have quite a few autonomous delivery drones in the future, which may sound like science fiction outlandish, but we've experienced quite a few science fiction things in our lifetimes coming to be science facts. And he's quite concerned about what the impact of those might be on our quality of life if we don't regulate them. So I don't necessarily know that there's capacity for the commission to take that on in the next few years, but I think it'd be useful to at least list that in the potential item section so that we don't lose track of that potential quality of life issue.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, and thanks for presenting and for all the work. It's an amazing amount of work.
I'd like to thank staff for taking our comments and putting them into the new format. That was actually a lot of the work right there.
All right, if there's none else, we'll go ahead and get a motion.
Sure. Okay. I will make a motion. I guess I was interested to get some feedback from the chair if he had any thoughts on reducing the frequency of what are currently monthly reports.
Yeah. In fact, for various reasons, I think we've been only reviewing the, let me get this right, the shared mobility data on an every other month basis. This year, after you've gone off the commission, I think we have ended up doing that every other month, and I would be fine with normalizing that.
And how about the collision data?
Yeah, you know, I'm less in favor of putting the commission data off. You know, we often end up asking questions, and so we end up with a kind of a 2-meeting cycle for responses to collisions. Usually we don't spend a lot of time on that item, and but when we do have questions, it's good to get that answer sooner rather than later. I'd be concerned that we'd be months after the fact and memories would have faded. So I'd prefer to have collision data on a regular basis.
Thank you. And then maybe on the curb overflow at Peralta, I don't know if the Public Works Director is available, and I know I apologize, I'm sort of putting him on the spot. So if he wants to demur, I certainly understand that, but I don't necessarily want to push that into the Transportation Commission plan if I misunderstand the situation there.
If I can say, our preference is usually to make sure that there's a contact with staff before we take an item up. As you say, we're kind of putting the Public Works Director on the spot.
Yeah, I try to make a practice of getting ahead of this, and I just didn't on this one, so I apologize. So
how about this? How about this? I'm happy to respond offline and to hear more about that, and then if it's something that needs to get taken care of on our end, we will send you a request to put it on our agenda.
Thank you. I think what I'll do is I'll move to put it in the potential list just for tracking purposes, and that doesn't require action for the next 2 years. So with that, I will move to approve the work plan with the following adjustments. Review of shared mobility and mobility service data every other meeting. Move school zone speed limits to the one-time action item section, and add reduce runoff overflow of western curb or Peralta south of Sonoma to the potential list, and add consider regulation of autonomous delivery by drones into the potential list.
I second that motion.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
All right.
for approving our work plan, and we'll be back to you in a little over a year.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and move down to line item 8.2, which is our quarterly financial update from staff. We'll get the report.
Is it me? Sorry, I just got, okay. And which one is first? The quarterly update is first, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so let's start that one. Okay, so this is for the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2021, and that ended on June 30th of 2021. And I know it's a little, ways out, but there are a number of things that happen at the end of the fiscal year that change between June 30 and, end of August, really. And that's because of the accounting method that we have. Our accounting method is a modified accrual basis. And what that means is that for our expenses, we record our expenses in the fiscal year in which we incurred the expense. So when we either physically accepted the item or received the service, even if we haven't actually paid out the cash for that yet. So for example, if we are billed for something, so we have a consultant come in and do some work for us, and they did that work in June, but they didn't send us a bill for it until July, it's still technically a fiscal year 21 invoice and expense. So we will backdate the expense to show what in accounting terms we call a payable, but it is recorded as an expense in the previous fiscal year. Those expenses generally come in, and the revenues, it's the same thing. If we earned the revenue in the previous fiscal year, it will still be recorded as a receivable. Those items generally come in through middle of August is generally the cutoff date for that, unless it's something like a grant where we know the money's coming in, but it might not come in until years later. We still record that as a receivable and we track that. So for revenues, some common items that this happens with are property taxes, where the county takes a little while to actually put the money in the correct bucket. And so they'll send us June's money in early August and things like that. Same thing with franchise fees, UUT, they're earned in June, but the companies don't have the ability to calculate them as of the last day and send us the money. So returns are generally due the month following when the revenue was actually earned by the city. So what does that mean? Our budget to actuals that you see should be very similar to what is in the audit. There may be some small changes between the report that you have now and when you actually get the audit. But when you look at it, you'll see that our property taxes are up from what we expected. We weren't really sure what to expect because of COVID. We weren't sure if there was going to be any delinquent payments or things like that. And it looks like Albany has lucked out in having all of the taxes paid, or the normal amount of taxes paid on time. Sales and use taxes, the majority of the budget surplus that you see is in the local transaction tax. And there's a couple of things that go into that. One is the fact that during the pandemic, a lot of people were making purchases online. And so they were coming directly to Albany instead of going to the store and picking it up outside of Albany. The other thing is there was a court decision that was that the effects of actually came into effect during the pandemic, and we weren't really sure how much that would affect our sales taxes. So, and it affected our local transactions tax. Franchise and other taxes, the UUT for gas and electric was higher than anticipated, and the telecommunications, however, was lower. I'm unsure at this point how much of that is due to a change in use because of the pandemic and how much is just, or, the price of goods and things like that. So we're going to need to kind of wait out what those market fluctuations are before we make any budgeting changes. And also in franchise and other taxes is a massive increase in our real property transfer taxes. We had already budgeted for the projected increase due to the rate increase, but there were a lot of home sales over the pandemic, and Albany brought in over $795,000 more than we anticipated getting. And then transfers in are down, but that's common because we budget, the biggest one into the general fund is our pension tax. The pension tax, we budget at what we expect to pay in salaries. And often, as we've mentioned before, our salaries are often come in under budget. And so we don't transfer in the total amount, we only transfer in what we actually used of the pension override tax. So our transfers in are generally lower than what we budgeted, and that's normal. So for expenses, the large savings that we have are in police and public works, in both its salaries, unfilled positions. Both police and public works now are much closer to fully staffed than they have been in the past. So those surpluses that we see, or the savings, are going to diminish greatly. And then in police and other expenses, there's professional services. The massive savings this year, the crossing guard services, while funded with sugar sweetened beverage tax money, are in the police budget. And because of the pandemic and kids not actually going to school last year, we had a huge savings in that line, the professional services line. In public works, it's again professional services. Again, impacts of COVID. At this point, it's still really unsure. As we've said before, nothing like this has happened before. And so we don't know necessarily what is going to, what the outcomes are going to be. So ongoing impacts are property taxes. This hasn't, like I said before, delinquent property taxes hasn't been a problem so far, but we don't know what's going to come. It could be that people paid with savings that they had, and now they don't have those savings, so they might need to stop paying their property taxes. Things that are uncertain are sales and use taxes, franchise and other taxes, the UUT, charges for services, ambulance fees. Those went down drastically during the pandemic. They're coming back up, but at this point, we don't know where they'll be. And then again, the one-time things that we saw because of the pandemic were the property transfer taxes, that huge increase. For expenses, we had decreases in part-time staffing. This is a very short-term thing. We are starting to ramp back up with part-time staffing in recreation, which was where a lot of the savings were. And then we also had increases in costs. We had increases in cleaning costs and homeless services and in technology costs, in allowing city to continue operating while working from home, and making sure that people were getting service even though we weren't open to the public. The cleaning costs and the homeless services seem to be more ongoing costs. Some of the homeless services costs will decrease a little bit, but the cleaning costs will not. And so that was it for the presentation.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. I'll open it up to council for discussion and questions. Okay. No one has any questions?
I know. Wow.
All right. Thank you for sharing that information. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Well, I will just say that's just how effective it was from my perspective. So thank you very much. And strange good news. Don't know what to do with that, but I'll take it. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Tiedemann, you had something?
I just wanted to say thanks, Heather. I think no questions from the city council is ringing endorsement of your presentation. So much appreciated.
Okay. All right, we will go to line item number 83. You want to go ahead and start, Heather?
All right, you're stuck with me again. Okay, let's start this presentation. All right, so for this one, we're talking about the grant opportunities that the city can potentially offer through the American Rescue Plan Act funding. So what we're looking for today is some direction from council on a couple of things. First, I'm gonna go into a little bit of detail about what grants are allowable uses with the American Rescue Plan Act funds. I'm going to discuss what is possible for us to offer with those funds, and really what's feasible for staff to administer and things like that. I'm going to present a number of different grants ideas that are in the staff report, just maybe expand on them a little bit more. We're looking for, general criteria for what you may want to include as a grant and who you may want to target to get relief with the grant money. And then also, a little bit more of what specific criteria do you want to put to actually be able to receive those funds. And then after the presentation and discussion tonight, staff will go back and take the ideas from what I'm hoping are maybe a couple that you would like us to move forward with. And we'll get more detail about it. We'll see if there's, any other assistance that's already offered that the citizens of Albany could use. One of the things that the Treasury guidance was very clear on is to make sure you're not basically spending the money on something that someone else is already covering, so that you're making the best use of these funds as possible. Staff will then draft more specific goals and criteria for these, different ideas that we come up with tonight. And we'll come back in late fall with more detailed proposal on the grants that you would like us to move forward with. So grants are covered under the allowable uses category 1 of the American Rescue Plan Act, and that's under public health and economic impacts. So the grants must be used to respond to either the disease itself or the harmful consequences of the economic disruptions. Now, if you go into it a little bit more detail, the Treasury guidance says that you really want to look at 2 things to determine if something is eligible. You need to identify the need or negative impact that is specifically being addressed and how your response addresses that need. So in the presentation, I have laid it out so that it specifically says what is the need or negative impact and how each grant would address that. So the items to consider in any of the grants are going to be, again, is the need already addressed by another agency or funding source? Is it something where we can just, help people get money from another agency? Or is this a new need or a need that's maybe offered somewhere else but not here? And then how should the money be allocated to grants overall? How much do you want to put forward? Staff in our original presentation had suggested $500,000. What specific grants should that money be allocated to if you choose more than one? And can staff easily administer the grant, or will we need to find a consultant to do that for us? In the staff report, I put some of the things that staff could do internally. Most of it is if there is a need for follow-up or reporting, it's going to put a lot more work on city staff than if people have to present receipts ahead of time and it's all in one packet and we can just say, yep, check, all the boxes, everything's there and cut the check. That is easily administered in-house. If it's something where they need to qualify and then we get receipts later, that's a little bit more in depth, and we might need to see if we can get a consultant in to help with that. And can criteria be easily identified? If we have a checklist that we can just, check off, great, we can definitely do that in-house. If there are decisions that need to be made, then that might not be something that staff can do. So those are some of the things that you need to think about when we're talking about any of the grant opportunities. So now we'll go into the grant suggestions themselves. The first one that seemed really popular is rent relief. Obviously, the need or economic impact is a lot of people had lost their employment during the pandemic, causing them to fall behind on rent and become at risk for eviction when the moratorium lapses. How does the grant address that need? A grant could provide funds to bring the individual current on rent, creating housing stability for the individual and their family. So if this is something that you want to offer, things that we need to think about are how should the funds be dispersed? And this is kind of common on all of them. Are we going to hold all the applications until a deadline and then rank them based on need? Or are we going to pay them out on a first come, first served basis? And is there a cap per individual? So these are some of the things that we need to think about when we're putting together a grant opportunity. Utility payments, same basic idea. The need or economic impact, many people have lost their jobs, and it's caused them to fall behind on utility payments. A grant could help bring them current. In addition to how do we want to allocate funds and is there a cap per individual, the things that you're going to want to think about are what utilities should be included. Do we want to include water, gas, electric, and telecommunications, or do we want to only focus on certain utilities? And then there are programs at the state and or county level. Do we need to, this one also applies to rent relief, but should they be providing us evidence that they have attempted to receive, help from someone else and just haven't been able to? The next one is nutrition assistance. Again, many people have lost their employment, and a grant could help them provide the necessary funds to feed either an individual or a family. If this one is provided, is it a lump sum? Is it based on the household size? Is it, do you give, so much money for an adult and so much money for each child? And again, how would the funds be dispersed? Is it first come, first served, or is there some need-based criteria that we will identify? The last one for individuals is job training and or assistance. So again, people have lost their employment during the pandemic. In many cases, people have, gone out to get training to either get a better job or to make themselves stand out to employers, because now there's a number of people applying for that same job. A grant to provide funds for training could help them return to or enter the workforce. Things to think about. Again, how should the funds be dispersed? Is there a cap per individual? Do you want to incentivize a certain type of training? Should we target, a certain industry? You want, serve safe certifications for restaurant workers, or, we want to make sure that people are getting computer courses or something like that. And should the grants be for training taken previously or in the future? Is there a time limit on when we want to set that? Oh, I lied. There's one more for individuals. Medical expenses. Obviously, COVID-19 is a very serious illness, and anyone who has fallen sick most likely has medical bills that they have to pay. So a grant would, a grant to pay off some, if not all of that medical debt would definitely help those individuals. So this one is, obviously we would need to get some proof that, from their doctor that the illness was specifically related, or it was COVID. And then how should the funds be dispersed? And then is there a cap per individual? Some of these might be very large expenses. So, all right. So additional information and requirements to think about for individual grants. Will grants have an income requirement? Are we going to cap it and say, like the property tax reimbursements or the property tax exemptions, that anyone in the low income household for the Bay Area is that you have to prove that your income falls in that range? Or are we going to increase that because we know maybe they made more money in 2020 than they are now? Do we, instead of saying an annual salary, do we ask them to provide pay stubs? And, we're looking at a weekly or monthly salary. With these grants, unlike the property tax credits, these would have, more residents would have access to these. For the property tax, either exemption or reimbursement for renters, you have to have a taxable property or a property that qualifies for it. So if someone lives over a commercial place, oftentimes that property doesn't qualify for the renter reimbursement. So in this case, those people would qualify for these grants. So we're going to hit a larger audience with the grants than we do with our low-income property tax exemption and renter rebate. And then how much outreach should we be doing? Do we want to do a whole mailer to everyone in the city, or are we going to target certain areas? And that is going to need an additional appropriation because we have to cover the cost of printing and mailing materials. So then we proposed 3 different grants to businesses. The first is a reimbursement for any safety measures that they've put into place. The need or economic impact is, these safety measures help protect both the public and employees from the need or economic impact is that we need to protect public and employees from the disease. And how does a grant do that? If you have a grant for paying for, personal protective equipment or, barriers in restaurants or, the ability to provide outdoor dining, then we have addressed the transmission of the virus itself. So then we want to think about what should the grant be for? Is it going to be limited to certain purchases like personal protective equipment or barriers? Or is it going to target specific businesses, retail or restaurant versus, insurance companies or banks? How are we going to, how would you like to direct those funds? And then, per usual, how should the funds be dispersed? Should there be an application deadline and it be divided based on need, or is it first come, first serve? And is there a cap per business? The next is shuttered venues. This is something that some other cities have offered. Because of the pandemic, a number of lockdowns were implemented across the country. And so there were some businesses that were unable to shift to filling online orders and things like that. And they didn't have the opportunity to open at all. They had no revenue. So a grant could help in such ways as supporting payroll while the business was closed, or replacing revenue to pay, costs that didn't go away just because they closed, taxes, rent, heating bills, things like that. If we wanted to offer this, what is the grant reimbursing? Do we want to target payroll, make sure that they kept people employed? Do we want to just make sure that they can stay in business? So we'll, reimburse other expenses, things like that. And then again, how should the funds be dispersed? And is there a cap per business? The last one is nonprofit revenue loss. Because a number of individuals have lost employment, most nonprofits have been showing a decrease in donations. And then the grant would address that need by making up lost revenue. The things that we want to think about are, will the grant be for all nonprofits or a specific type of nonprofit? Will the grant reimburse the nonprofit for expenses related to Albany itself, or will it be a lump sum based on loss year over year, knowing that that nonprofit aids the citizens of Albany in some way? And then again, how should the funds be dispersed, and is there a cap? Things that you want to think about when it comes to businesses for grants. Will the grants have an income requirement similar to individuals? In this case, are we targeting small businesses, or is it open to any business that has a physical presence in Albany? should businesses have been in business for a certain period of time? There are some cities that have said you had to be open for a year prior to the pandemic before qualifying for one of these grants. Or is it okay if the business opens, say, in January of 2021? Then how much outreach, again, do we want done with this? Are we going to print a bunch of mailers, or are we going to do direct targeting? And then for nonprofit assistance, should it be something where staff is making the decisions on who gets it, or are we just doing, first come, first serve, or is there, a way to review the applications? And that is the presentation.
All right, thank you, Heather, for your presentation. I'll go ahead and open it up for a discussion from the council. Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Heather, for the presentation. I'm curious how all of the options you presented here were pretty specific. How non-specific are we allowed to be under the law? And I should clarify of saying, I think all of these are good things to do with this money, especially all of the individual things. And I worry from experience of looking at especially the rent issue that it's hard at this point to target something like that, especially if it's direct to landlords, because people have found a way to pay their rent, and the program is designed to pay their landlord, not their uncle or the credit card agency, or in the UC Village, they, pay their other costs when the UC has taken out of the other loans they got. So how close to just giving people lump sums that they can use for whatever can we do?
So you have to be able to answer both of those criteria. You have to say what the need is and then how it addresses it. So you can say, in theory, you could say if they can prove that they lost their job due to employment, we're just going to give people $5,000 because they lost their job. They clearly need money for things. So yes, you just have to be able to answer those two questions.
Okay, that was my question. I was curious whether it was just answering those two or if there were other bits in there that were more specific. Thank you.
If you do propose something like that, I will do more research to make sure, and I'll probably give Mala a lot more work to make sure that what we are doing does qualify. I'm not just going to be like, yep, great.
Much appreciated.
Hey, Heather, I have a question. Is there anything regarding assistance with down payment? Like if someone is renting and they need assistance with the first and last, trying to get back on their feet?
There may be ways to say that, if they've had to draw down savings in order to keep paying rent because they lost their job, you just have to show the actual need before that is related to the pandemic or the economic effect of the pandemic before, and then say, we will offer this. So if you can somehow relate it to the economic downturn because of the pandemic, then we can look into whether it will work.
Any other questions?
What is our timeline on this?
So there is none, except for the general use of all the funds, which they have to be appropriated by 2024 and spent by 2026. We've received the first half of the funds. The second half comes in a year from when we got the first, so sometime in July next year. The suggestion from Treasury is that you revisit this on a regular basis, and we have to do reporting every year, and this is something that will come back to council. but the needs from the pandemic may change. It may be there's another wave and all of a sudden we need more personal protective equipment or something like that. And, now we want to help individuals, but in 2 years, we decide we really need to help businesses. So you can, make this decision at any time before December of 2024.
Well, I guess my inclination is, there were so many questions. There's so much to this that maybe we should be talking, first and foremost, talk a little bit procedurally about how we would go about creating all these grant programs. This is a good example of a situation where a little tiny city is at a very big disadvantage in terms of doing something like this efficiently. In the nonprofit world, we would be considered to have unreasonable overhead to be doing these kinds of grants, but it's our job. We need to do it, but let's think about how we can get it done in an efficient and effective kind of way. And I don't think we can, as a council, be trying to answer all these questions. We can probably articulate, probably maybe each of us could articulate a couple of principles that we think are especially important, but then go to talking about how we go about creating these grant programs without overburdening people who already have full-time jobs doing other things than this. So I guess I share, I'll just make a couple of comments. I share Councilmember Tiedemann's concern that, if you were hurt, if you were financially hurt in the pandemic and you borrowed money to take care of that, you should not now be disqualified from applying for the funding to backfill what you had to do to get through that. So making it simple and making it as flexible as we possibly can would be probably my two biggest issues. Making sure people do not become homeless and trying to prevent any more businesses from closing would be a very high priority. So I'll pass it on to whoever wants to talk.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I have to agree with the idea of the flexibility. And I think a lot of times we think about rent as being so important, and clearly it is. But I'm sort of struck by the idea that there seems to be state and local funding for rent. And so if we were to give grants, not specifically for rent, but for the things that if someone's able to get a federal or a state grant, that doesn't really solve all their problems. So the money that we would give them could be for food or, the other things that they need, rather than saying we're only going to give for rent, because that really, I think, kind of limits what people can do. And I think flexible spending is kind of the key here. And that's, that was kind of the buzzword the whole time, was we wanted flexible spending. On the other side of that is the landlords, who were probably not being made whole either. And maybe they're considered as a business, but I think they have a piece of this. If we can help them, that releases some of the pressure on them to be wanting to rent from somebody. So I think that might be something to think about. When you talk about nonprofits, can they be regional? I'm thinking like Alameda County Food Bank, regional organizations that serve our residents. Mercy Brown Bag program, near and dear to me. But that would work. Is that what you're nodding at? Yeah, okay. And again, like Rochelle said, I think the small businesses, I don't think that the big national corporations really need our help, but I do think that our smaller businesses do, and to think of something that could work for them. And, you know, and I made a note when I was looking at this originally saying, you know, how do we determine how the funds are used? But I'm thinking it really doesn't matter. If someone's in need, they know how they need to use their funds, and that should be their choice. So I don't want us to get too rigid on how they're distributed. I think that's all my thoughts for right this second.
Great. Vice Mayor Jordan? Don't have any?
Yeah, no questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'll open it up to public comment. Start with Judy. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. This is Judy Kerr. I'm the chair of the Finance Advisory Commission and former volunteer with Albany Cares. And I just want to thank Heather for an excellent presentation of a very complex and very confounding opportunity that we have as a city. I know from my work with Albany Cares that the current infrastructure for our city does not allow us, or currently is not strong enough to really administer very complex grants and very complex applications for funding, whether that's on an individual or a business basis. We are not there. We do not have that infrastructure. So my question back to Heather is, are any of the fundings that are available from the state going to allow us to increase our capacity in providing services to our businesses and to our residents in the city? So can we expand our infrastructure so that we can actually administer these kinds of grants, or are we going to have to lean on city staff who already have, as already previously mentioned by Councilmember Quaid, full-time jobs doing other stuff? Is there any way that we're going to be able to be whole with this proposal? So I'm hoping that we can think about these things. I'm wondering if applications through the county aren't going to access the same resources. Applications through regional services aren't going to access the same resources. Whether we need to build up an infrastructure within our small community to establish this is really what was intended by the funding availability. I hope we can talk about that more. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please, Nick.
Yes, hi, Nick Pilch, Albany resident. Yes, a similar question. Is there a percentage of these funds that can be used for the administration? Because it seems like the administration is going to be a huge burden, and it seems like the only way we could successfully do this would be to farm out all the administration of the grant. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Go ahead, Julie.
I was actually, Peggy and I think somebody else even also referred to this already, which I don't frequently agree with people on the city council. So I think that flexibility is the key, and because people can be trusted to spend the money the way that they need to be spending, and it also would make it a lot less complex if you didn't have to break it down to different categories where people had to apply. You just had universal basic income, or what's also called direct cash payment. I just looked up a bunch of cities that are using the money, this very money, for this very thing. Alexandria, Virginia, Milwaukee, Chelsea, Massachusetts, and of course the whole universal basic income started in Stockton, California. They found that people are trustworthy. This approach of having people have to tell you what they need and then deciding whether they qualify to have it is very kind of a paternalistic, non-trusting approach. And I think just giving people flat out a certain amount of money every month is much simpler. And also there's a lot of, I think I've sent some links to you already, and there's a lot of literature on that. And there's one quote from the city manager from one of the cities, Chelsea, which says that we strongly believe that just because someone is poor does not mean they're irresponsible, and the data bears that out. 99+% of the expenditures on these cards are for food and necessities. There's very little frivolous spending. These are cards that are loaded with a certain amount of money, Visa cards, I think they are, and given to people every month, or they're reloaded every month. I really think that a lot of the issues that Heather brought up would just be completely go away if you don't worry about people having to say, well, I need it for this or I need it for that. And instead, they can use it the way that they know that they need to be using it. And it would be a much better dynamic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Go ahead, Margie.
I would just like, this is Margie Marks, and I would just like to say, I agree with Julie completely, but I would really like you to get some more public input in this. Have a listening session, hear what other members of the community, how they think the money should be spent. I'm sure there's a lot of different views out there, and I think that it would be good for the council to hear them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Margie. Nick, go ahead, please.
Yeah, great report, Heather. Thank you very much. This is really an opportunity. I have a couple questions on this, and this is Nick Peterson. I'm a resident in Albany, and I also am on the Climate Action Committee, but I'm speaking as a resident here. So one thing I was thinking of just ramping up city capacity isn't really a very good idea, because this sounds like it's going to be a temporary program, and then you just have to get rid of that extra capacity because we won't be able to afford it. Is it possible to partner? I think people have mentioned this, Nick Pilch mentioned getting someone to do the administrative side. So could we partner or join forces with other cities to partner with an entity, a nonprofit entity that would manage this for us? Or does that sort of undermine the whole aspect of it, that it's got to be city run? And then the other thing I'm kind of curious is, do we have any metrics or any kind of data of who in Albany did lose their job? How many apartment owners are looking at evicting people? That kind of information, and where we could actually triage very succinctly to specific and very needing people. So I know we all read articles about how there was huge fraud in a lot of the unemployment funds that were state managed, and that, we certainly don't want people to take advantage of a system that's a little too loose. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Thank you very much. I just popped in this meeting. What agenda item are we on?
We're on item 8.3.
Oh, 8.3. Okay, yeah, I missed the presentation, but I still would like to make a comment. Well, obviously, I wish I would have got that presentation because it doesn't say anything about it. Julie and Margie were talking, so obviously this is a good thing that we should be doing. I would listen to what they say. Obviously it comes from the heart. American Rescue Plan Act, it's great. I think it's a great act. I think it's a great grant we should apply for. And, there's a lot of other acts that came out that we should be applying for. All right, I'll look at the presentation online and keep up the good work. And hopefully something comes also from the Pedestrian Safety Act. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. I'll bring it back to council for final discussion. Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead.
Yeah, so it seems like from the previous comments, this flexibility is a viable approach, and it may be, Heather, a lot more work of exploring that than exploring any individual thing, and it may be that requires a consultant, like you noted, that would be, which I assume is how we'd essentially build the capacity to administer this. And I can speak from experience with the county that there are nonprofits and consultants who do this kind of work and have done it and have been doing it during the pandemic, who would probably jump at the chance to do so. It seems like the easiest way to do this, and basing it off how other such programs have been done, would be something akin to, applicants providing proof of their income status if we want to have a low income requirement, which if we want to target greatest needs seems like the way to go, and then proving that they've had some detrimental impact to their well-being or income due to COVID, whether that's medical bills, rent, anything else. And then like some of the other council members suggested, just cutting out the reporting requirements and saying we're giving them this money to spend on what they need, considering that they may or may not have paid the thing that was the real hurt, and they may need to pay for everything else now.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Vice Mayor George, go ahead.
Yeah, I think keeping it simple, getting the money out. It's a small city, so I like the idea of maybe, an income comparison from 2019 to 2020 and 21, given that it's not over yet. And the difference up to some metric based on household size, probably not the thresholds that we have for our tax rebates and exemptions, because I believe that's very low income, maybe low income instead, which is a bit higher threshold. So take the difference in income, that would be provided as a grant. But I'm curious how other council members feel about this, because I don't know how easy it is to get the rent assistance that's on offer from the federal and state. How easy it is to get the nutrition assistance. There's a lot of resources out there from other levels of government. So to some extent, let's say a household made, had 4 people and made $60,000 in 2019, and they're only able to make $30,000 in 2020. That'd be a $30,000 difference. Would the city's program subtract from that the possibility of grants that they could receive from other levels of government for a services, or just say, I'll give you $30,000. Obviously, it probably won't be $30,000 per household, but just as an example. Other than that, I'm because there are, in theory, and I know it can be in theory rather than actually accessible. It seems like there's a lot of programs for individuals, for rent, for food. And I believe for even, I looked online, and I'm a novice at this, so somebody can by all means tell me I'm wrong. But utility, so there's rent, utility, and nutrition assistance programs. Looking online for businesses, there is a grant program for shuttered venues. The program for businesses was a forgivable loan for employee costs, but not other costs. So I'm eager to support the smaller businesses who may have still had to pay leases, for instance. And so I suppose that would be a metric on, I'm not quite sure how to get at that. I don't know if, do it purely on the expense side. What were their expenses during 2020 versus the revenue? Might be one way to go. Subtracting out if they got a PPP loan, and then making up the difference for businesses of a certain size. Those are some thoughts. Slightly organized, not completely organized.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of random thoughts. I think we want to be careful if we think about household size that we don't exclude seniors or people with disabilities who very likely could live in a much smaller household, but still have very large needs. And one of the things that was, I think, on every slide that we saw was how to publicize this. It seems to me the only way that we can really get this word out across the city, and I think it should go citywide, is through a direct mailing. I think that's the safest way to reach everybody. I know it adds to the cost, but I think it's important that we do reach out.
Councilmember Tiedemann and then Vice Mayor Jordan, and we'll wrap this up. Go ahead.
Yeah, just one other note. I don't think we've responded to, because one of the questions that was also on pretty much every slide was, do we do this first come, first serve, or in sort of rounds? The way that seemed to work best, just from my experience of helping administer programs like this, is doing rounds so that you can have criteria based on need. That kind of seems like the best option to explore, but if this is all us directing staff of what next to research and put together. So if it turns out that a lot of people around here have been finding success with doing them on a first come first serve basis, that might work. But I think doing them in rounds seems, with criteria, seems like the best way to do it.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes, I don't have experience with these programs, but it seems to me that the need is great now. So I have concern about delaying it for some future deadline. And part of my thinking on this is that using our tax exemption rebate program as a model, we do direct mailing for that every year. We only have about 80 households that actually utilize it each year out of the 600 to 1,000 that could qualify. So even with direct mailing, the uptake, I'd be surprised if the uptake was very large. And so that's another reason I'm more comfortable with first come, first serve, to try to get the money out to those people that are gonna need it more. And we could, authorize a certain amount of money, and then if that gets towards running out, staff can come back and say, okay, do you want to authorize more? Do you want to be done?
So Heather, have you been able to, and I know there's a few questions that need to be answered in the public, so we don't want to delay those answers, but have you researched any models that we could particularly look at that are being utilized by other cities that we can do a comparison with, and could potentially extract some information to carve our own, right?
In relation specific to UBI? Is that what you asked? Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
I will look at the UBI programs mentioned. Again, these need to be directly related to the economic impact that was implemented by the pandemic. So I highly doubt that, from my understanding and my reading, that we could just do a flat out universal basic income to whoever we want. We need to show a need that is specific to the pandemic and how this addresses that need. So I will look at them and report back to you guys, but from what I have read, I do not think that we could do that.
Okay, Vice Mayor Jordan, and then Councilmember McQuaid, and we'll go ahead and move to the next item.
I suspect I may be incorrect, but based on the cities that were mentioned in the comment, that those were cities that had the UBI not related to these particular monies from the plan. But there might be models out there that take an approach that is compliant with the plan, or there might be programs out there pioneered by cities that are not quite as small as Albany, but smallish, that don't take this approach, but take some other approach that could be useful. So to the extent their staff can put some effort into just looking around and seeing what other cities are doing in general, aside from the guidance that at least I provided, or suggestions I provided, that would be helpful, because somebody may have figured out the way to approach this. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify. I wasn't thinking specifically of a UVI program, but simply the people that qualified. We wouldn't put limits on X amount of dollars for rent or X amount of dollars for food, simply sort of a total sum, and they have the flexibility to put it as they need it. So it would be a targeted audience.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Heather, for bringing this to us. Hopefully you can provide us some additional information. That way we can make an informed decision on what direction we want to go in. And then like Vice Mayor said, we don't want to delay the process. There's a need right now and see if we can move on this as soon as possible. So that would be great. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move to line item number 10, which is unfinished business. And we'll go ahead and get a staff report on that. 10-1.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Jeff Bond, the Community Development Director. I'd like to give you a brief report on this agenda item. Our intent here is to provide the City Council an opportunity to reorganize the current ad hoc subcommittee into two separate ad hoc subcommittees to address the UC Village student housing project and the various planning issues that are associated with that. We've discussed this project on a number of occasions in recent months, so I won't go into the details, but in summary, there are issues related to mobility infrastructure, issues related to the cost of public services that will be provided to University Village in the new project, as well as creek restoration, and of course, housing policies and costs and so forth for the future residents. Given the wide range of issues and the importance of compliance with the Brown Act, as well as the individual interests of you, the council members, we thought that a discussion of the potential of creating two ad hoc subcommittees might be of interest to you. The idea that one suggestion would be to ensure that the two committees don't overlap and that there be an inadvertent Brown Act violation, that to kind of divide them into two areas. Seems to us that mobility and public services would be one area of potential interest, and then creeks and housing could be another area of potential interest. So you have two different subcommittees that are unlikely to overlap in any way that would create any issues for you. One last piece of information for your discussion. In previous meetings, we've had the idea or the indication that there would be a discussion of this project again at the forthcoming Regents meeting next week. I understand that that's not the case, that that will be taken up by the Regents at one of their future meetings. So there's a little less urgency to doing this, but I still think it's important if the council wants to do this, to go ahead and do it this evening, if at all possible. I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Jeff. I'll open it up for a discussion. Do we want to go ahead and form two subcommittees, or do we want to hold off and wait? Open it up. Suggestions.
Well, the agenda item, as I understood it, which may have misunderstood it, was also that this is an item, an opportunity for us to share what we have each learned over the last few months, since we haven't really had that opportunity. So it might be useful to spend a bit of time on that before we jump right to setting up committees.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think I reported at last meeting, along with Councilmember Nason, that we met with Alameda County Transportation Commission and connected the commission with UC regarding the possibility of a shared use path along Jackson. To my knowledge, that meeting hasn't happened, but they have made contact. I mentioned at the last meeting that I connected UC and EdMed regarding EdMed's recycled water line that it plans to bring up 7th Street, Harrison, 8th, and Jackson to connect to the Buchanan line. And I haven't reported before that the Giltrack Community Farm reached out to me because of my expertise in hydrology to discuss the creek situation and the hydraulics of the site and how the site might be designed to actually enhance water flow in the creek year round. So that's, in a few words, where I've been engaged.
And to supplement that, I just wanted to mention there was a written report on the meeting with ACTC in the last council packet. We did provide them after the meeting with information about the current situation with travel through the village, which is ostensibly prohibited.
I can add, I haven't been focused a ton on this project recently. My energies in the village have been more about the residents who are there. So they had a meeting, I can't remember the exact date, but a couple weeks ago, seeking to form a tenants union, and have reached out about the next steps from there at my suggestion, and having a meeting with UC as well as our leadership about the housing policy from UC in the village.
Thank you. Councilmember McCoy? No? All right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
I think, Mayor, you've been involved with some meetings with, I don't know, vice chancellors or whatnot. I'm just curious if you have anything to add.
No, the Vice Chancellor was just simply to get to know each other, to discuss some of the basic needs that I've been involved with UC Village and the Bear Pantry, but nothing in regards to the project that is going on.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I do see there is one public comment.
Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Hi, thank you. So UC Berkeley, what's Albany getting out of it? What are we getting? UC Berkeley comes in, they want to build UC housing for themselves, not pay any taxes to the city. It's just greedy and selfish. They're getting over on us. I mean, they took away 3 crossing guards. I mean, it's like, I don't know what's going on with UC Berkeley, but as basic needs is crossing guards. If they're going to have all this excess traffic and all this excess cars driving around our brand new elementary school, well, we're going to need our 3 crossing guards back. So I would respectfully ask them in the nicest way possible to please give us our crossing guards back, because that's a basic need. That's public safety. I mean, if we don't do it, liability's on ourselves. We would hate to have someone else get ran over in Albany during school hours where a crossing guard's supposed to be, like Jackson and Solano. I mean, traffic collisions are dangerous. And this UC Village proposed not only is going to take away all our garden land, but it's going to bring a lot of traffic into an already congested place. I mean, it's not like anybody's taken action to put up a stop sign on 10th and Monroe. I've said that so many times, transportation meetings. 10th and Monroe, there should be a 4-way stop right there. But you got buses, AC Transit buses, flying up Monroe across 10th Street to make that green light. I've witnessed it myself. So please, we need crossing guards, and we need stop signs, and we need that whole UC Village whipped up into shape. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. I'll bring it back to the council.
That did spark a memory, the comment. Thank you. That I have a conversation with Ruben Lizardo, who's government relations for UC Berkeley, about the possibility of UC Berkeley funding part of a fire apparatus, particularly a tiller truck, or a tiller, it's called, ladder truck with rear steering as well, since this building is going to be the tallest building in Albany outside of the Pierce Street condominiums, which are concrete, and it's going to be wood. And he actually said he thought it would be easier for UC. I thought it'd be easier for UC to make a one-time payment or something like that. And he said he thought it'd be easier for UC to pay for something on an ongoing basis, which I found interesting. He's not the decision maker, but nonetheless, it was information, so worth passing along. As far as the committee organization, I'm very interested in the public services and potentially getting some cost recovery from UC on that. As I mentioned, though, my expertise professionally is in hydrology, so it makes some sense for me to be on creeks, and I've also been most focused on mobility. So with respect to staff for suggesting that creek and mobility or hydrology and mobility not go together, at least in terms of where my expertise lies, those two would make more sense for me to be on, but that's just me. I think there's also some sense to it because they're both about sort of the physical infrastructure around the facility rather than housing policy or public safety policy.
All right, I'll go around. Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I think there are three areas where I think that I can be of help. One is or be involved the most effectively, and one is the transportation, because I do represent the city at the ACTC and have been involved in discussions for several years now about the parallel to San Pablo bike trail planning. Another is the funding issue that, as Vice Mayor Jordan mentioned, there have been some discussions dating back to 2019 about creating a program of for community enhancement through the Chancellor's office, and that there might be some possibility for funding in that manner, somewhat parallel to funding that Berkeley established the first time that it litigated against UC. And finally, on the creeks, I don't have the engineering side, but I do have many years of work on watersheds, and have also been involved with the issue of people living in creeks and how to cope with those things. So those are the areas that Vice Mayor Jordan mentioned are pretty much precisely the areas that where I feel like I might have something to contribute. The issues of social services to students, I think, is a different issue. It seems like that's an area where both Mayor Gary and Councilmember Tiedemann have been active, and it seems like that would be very positive to continue to pursue.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. That all sounds good to me. I really don't have any further thoughts on this.
Okay, Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Hydrology isn't my game, and neither is transportation, but housing and social services for students are. So, and Mayor Gary has definitely been active in those as well. So that would seem like a good way to do it.
All right, so it looks like we have our committees formed, if everybody's in agreement with that. Yes, Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, so I guess just to clarify, the suggestion was that there's 4 topic areas and each committee would have 2 topic areas. I think what Councilmember Nason brought up is that one committee would have 3 and the other one would have housing plus an additional area, which maybe wasn't really enumerated in the staff report of services for students. So I'm just clarifying, what is the proposal here? That's what I heard, but I don't know if that's accurate or not.
That was my intent, that we would group together transportation and creeks with the financial relationship between the city and UC for those areas, and that Councilmember Tiedemann and Mayor Gary would focus on student student well-being and financing for that, although that would presumably be a completely different funding source because it's a matter of caring for their own students. So they would focus on that, both the housing and other needs that people have and how to fund that. Is that Councilmember Tiedemann and Mayor Gary? Yeah.
That is correct. Councilmember Tiedemann, you had a question?
I'm just curious, do we need a motion for this? Is it just enough that we designate committees?
I think it would be helpful if we had a motion.
All right, go ahead. You want to go ahead and start us off, Councilmember Tiedemann?
I would love to. I would like to make a motion that Mayor Gary and I be designated as a subcommittee on housing and student social services, and that Councilmember Nason and Vice Mayor Jordan be designated on a subcommittee regarding the creeks, hydrology, safety, and public and transportation issues.
I will second that.
All right,
Can I ask a question then, please? Councilmember Nason mentioned the potential of working with the university for some additional funding. Where does that fit in those categories? I'm not quite clear on that.
I meant for it to be in the committee that Vice Mayor Jordan and Councilmember Nason are on.
Okay, that was kind of what I thought, but I didn't really hear it.
All right, let's go ahead and get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Nason?
Aye.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Aye.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you so much.
If I could just take another moment to discuss a little bit about this to get some direction from the council. I'm curious, how much is the Chancellor's Fund per year for Berkeley?
I don't know offhand. I'm sorry. It's in the settlement agreement, the original settlement agreement, not the new settlement agreement.
Right.
That's a whole different thing. But it's not an enormous amount of money.
Yeah, I guess what little I recall, it struck me as possibly undershooting the opportunity.
Well, I think we would need to talk about, the fire, particularly the expense of providing public services to UC Village.
Yeah. Okay.
Police and fire. That would be an additional, yeah.
Get that on the table. It's not just a Chancellor's Fund equivalent, but
yeah.
additional public services. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. We'll go ahead and move down to line number 11 with new business. What I would like to do, I will call Karina up to come and do a presentation to kind of capture the history behind this, and then we'll go into line number 11, 1 and 2.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Albany City Council, Portage Muir, Ka'at Lashanka, Ka'at Ra'at Karina. And I spoke to you in the language of our ancestors. The first language of Albany is Chochenyo. My great grandfather, Jose Guzman, was one of the last speakers of that language. And we, as a tribe, are currently bringing that language back to life through my daughter, Deja Gould, one of our tribal members and the language carrier for our tribe. I'm so happy to be here today and to be able to make a small presentation about and introduce ourselves to you all.
Karina, hold one sec. Whoever line is that, can you put yourself on mute while she's speaking? That would be great. Sorry about that, Karina, go ahead.
That's okay. Wondering if I could share some slides, if that's okay. All right. We are the Confederated Villages of Lisjan, one of the first tribal people in the territory of the East Bay. And like I said, my great grandfather, Jose Guzman, was one of the last speakers of our language. Our lineage goes from there. We are actually a confederation of tribal people that are made up of Chochenyo speaking people, Bay Miwok, Plains Miwok, Yoka, and Patwin. And so our tribal territory is quite large. Here you see our territories broken up into language bases. And so many people have this misconception that Ohlone people are one actual tribe. We're actually 8 different nations of people with 8 different languages. Our stories and our songs are different. Our creation places are different. The mountain that you see behind us, many people know as Mount Diablo, is actually where we are created from. It is what we call Tuyshtak. And our creation story tells us that all 5 of the tribes that we are descended from actually were created on top of that mountain during right after a flood was in this territory. So my ancestors have been here since the beginning of time, and I'm lucky that we have never had a break in the time that we have been here. We have been connected to our tribal territories forever. As you can see, this is the East Bay, and where Albany is, you're in the territory of Huichin. And Huichin is a larger territory. It actually encompasses Oakland, Berkeley, Emeryville, Albany, and Piedmont. And so it's a rather large piece of land. There was never one overarching tribe in the Bay Area. There's always been a number of tribes that have been here. It's unlike other tribes in other places in the country. We might think of big tribes like Hopi or Navajo or Lakota or Cherokee and think of one large tribe. In the state of California, it's much different. There was always smaller tribes that took place and watched over land and waterways. So we are actually connected to the waterways of San Lorenzo Creek. That's where we get our name from, the Lisjan people. Our waterway is there. Our mountain is Tuyshtak. And so I'm so happy that I've been able to work here in my territory to create some recognition. About 20 or 25 years ago, most people thought that we were all gone. Now, Ohlone people have been taught about in the past. Our history was pretty much erased. In 4th grade, you may have learned about us, but we were always talked about these people that used to eat acorns, and they used to live in tule huts, and they lived near the waters, and they hunted deer. And then when you get to 5th grade curriculum, you hear about the gold rush, and you never hear about us again in history. So in that mindset, people began to think that we no longer were in existence, but we've always been here in our own home territory. Just to bring us back, because 4th grade was a long time ago for many of us, there were 21 missions, and the mission started in San Diego and worked its way all the way up to Sonoma County. And those 21 missions lasted here for about 99 years. So if you imagine the history here in California is much different than the history on the East Coast. Around 1776, when people were signing the Declaration of Independence, that's when the history of missionization around that time happened here in the Bay Area. So we dealt with the missions, the Spanish missions coming into our territory. Totally different kind of history was happening on the West Coast than was happening on the East Coast. My ancestors at that time ran into things that they had never seen before. Starvation happened at that time in the missions. People were being murdered, and they were enslaved. My ancestors were enslaved at 2 missions, Mission San Jose and Fremont, and Mission Dolores in San Francisco. And in those missions that we were there, we were taught to forget our languages, our culture, our songs, and to become the property of those mission, those churches. After the mission period ended, there was a Mexican-American War. Actually, Mexico won some of this land from Spain when they got their independence. And when they got their independence, our ancestors went from being slaves at the missions to being slaves at these Mexican ranchos. And we were enslaved at all of these ranchos that were here in the Bay Area, but nothing was really written about our ancestors. So we went from that portion to the Treaty of Guadalupe being signed. And I think someone that was in an earlier presentation or in the audience talked about that Treaty of Guadalupe de Hidalgo. That Treaty of Guadalupe de Hidalgo actually said that California Native people were supposed to get some of their land back once they were let go of these ranchos and California became a state. But the state of California broke that treaty as well. And we actually did not get any land. The first laws of California, some of the first laws were extermination laws of California Native people. And the state of California received federal monies, about $1.7 million from the federal backing to kill Native people, $5 a head and 25 cents an ear. So it was quite easy for us to start hiding out from being in the line of being shot and killed. And our ancestors pretended to be Mexican and worked on ranches in Pleasanton, right along the Hearst, for the Hearst family. And we became the Verona Band of Mission Indians. We had a township there, they called the Indian Township. And on the 1921 census, that's where our families were. After all of these years of being in hiding, of worried about our children being taken to boarding schools, thrown into foster care systems, it became a time for us to find a voice and to remember who we were. And we started to do work in the Bay Area, first as Indian people organizing for change and fighting to protect and preserve the sacred sites of our ancestors called shell mounds. Shell mounds are the burial sites of our ancestors that have been here since before the beginning of time. It's the first place that our ancestors were buried along the water. Our ancestors had villages where salt water met fresh water. One of the oldest villages that we have been fighting for recently is the West Berkeley Shell Mound on 4th and University. As we were doing all of this work around protecting our sacred sites, we realized that the universities in the Bay Area, many of the developers in the Bay Area hold thousands upon thousands of our ancestral remains. But because none of the tribes that are virtually along the coast of California that were Mission Indians were federally recognized, we had to figure out how is it that we were going to bring our ancestors home, to reinter them back into our land, to give them the proper respect and burial rights that everybody else in this country has. And we began to think about creating a land trust, a way of bringing land back into Indigenous hands, a way for us to begin to have that connection. Because even though we have never had a broken tie to our lands, we quite literally became homeless in our own homeland. We had no access to fishing or to gathering or to burying our ancestors, to learning our languages and culture that go hand in hand. And so we created the first urban Indigenous women-led land trust in the country here in the Bay Area. We started working with cities in our territories to do different kinds of work, to acknowledge that our ancestors not only were here, but that we continue to be here and that we're growing up the next generation in these cities that are in our traditional territories. We work with the city of Berkeley not only to protect the West Berkeley Shell Mound, but to change signage in the city. They were the first one in the East Bay to change their signage going into the Bay, into their city that says, "Welcome to the city of Berkeley, Ohlone Territory." During the uprising last summer, when people across the country were putting Black Lives Matters on their streets, the city of Berkeley also agreed to do that. But there was two city council members that also said, we must also remember whose territory we're on. And we're working with the city of Berkeley to put Ohlone Territory on one of those streets as well. We've worked with the city of Richmond that actually destroyed one of our shell mounds some years ago in order to put an overpass in. And we've worked with them and their art commission to create the first collective park that represents the Ohlone people's culture, our resistance, and also our resiliency. Working with them and an artist called Yuki, we were able to create this beautiful park called Oakway, which means medicine in our language. Not only did we create the park, but we have the opportunity to work with plants there, to gather and harvest the plants there, to work with community, and to gather with our tribe at this place. Most recently, in the last month or so, we were able to change the park name in Alameda. And Alameda changed what was Andrew Jackson Park to Chochenyo Park. This was working in collaboration with the city, with volunteers, to come up with this name, not only to start with the name change, but also to begin an education process with the city citizens, people that live in the city of Alameda, to learn about the rich history of our ancestors that are not only was there, but continue to be there as a part of the fabric of Alameda. Alameda is also the first city in the Bay Area to pay Shumi. And Shumi in our language means a gift. And Shumi is an honorary tax that we ask people that work, play, or live in our territories to help us do the work of re-engaging in the land, not only with Indigenous people, but with all people that now live in our territory. We're still here. This is a small representation of our tribe, intergenerational, from babies to our elders, that we continue to gather together to do our language work, to do the work that we're supposed to do, that we were given original instructions for thousands and thousands of years to protect our land, to re-engage. But now that everyone that is here in our territory, it's also our responsibility to be good hosts on our land. And in order for us to be good hosts, we need good guests. And that means that there's those guests that decide to come into our lands and to work in reciprocity with each other, to ensure that there's good and healthy food and air and resiliency for everyone. And so we've been working with all of the cities in the Bay Area to contribute to the health of our community, but also the larger communities that we live in. And I'll stop sharing.
All right, thank you so much, Karina, for your presentation. We'll go ahead and before we take any questions, we'll start with 11.1, and I'll have Councilmember McQuay present her memo. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I do want to just clarify that that is my goal here, that we do 11.1 separate from 11.2. Am I correct on that? They're separate.
We will vote on it and then we'll go to 11.2. So if you want to go ahead and present your memo.
Okay, I'm sure that you've all read the memo and the resolution. It's getting late, so we'll go fairly quickly. What I'm requesting is that we fly the flag of the Confederated Villages of the Lisjan permanently at City Hall. We have 2 flagpoles there, one of which is basically vacant. Most of the year, we do fly the pride flag there in the month of June. That's something that we can certainly work through. This action would be a demonstration of Albany's commitment to supporting the visibility, dignity, and equity of the Lisjan people who lived for thousands of years in the East Bay, including in the city of Albany. What I would like to see is that we do a formal flag raising on October 11th, which we celebrate as Indigenous Peoples Day, with a ceremony recognizing the significance of the day, designed through a partnership with representatives of the city and the Confederated Villages of Lisjan. I did have an opportunity many months ago to discuss all of this with Karina over at the Gill Track and on the land they're working on there. I think she was pleased to have us do this. And I guess I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
All right, thank you so much, Councilman McQuaid. I have a few. Looks like we are under the financial pack. I know it looks like we're dipping into the council discretionary fund, just trying to see, do we still have funds for this year to support and what the balance is? Because I know we've been dipping in that for a couple of instances throughout the year.
I don't have the exact amount with me this evening, but yes, there are funds remaining in that account.
Thank you. Well, and where will the event be?
I'm envisioning it would be on the parking lot side of City Hall or the western side of City Hall.
And do you have a description of the flag or what it looks like, or?
You, City Clerk Ansu, do you have that slide available?
Yes, I do. However, I'm having a little technical issue.
Okay, well, let me
So
say.
give me a moment.
Okay, well, you do that, and I'll just say that in Karina's presentation, there was a logo of the Lisjan Confederated Villages of the Lisjans, and that's basically what it will look like. It'll be changed a little bit for formatting they requested to go on a blue background. We're actually designing the flag because they don't actually have a flag, so we're actually creating a flag for them.
While Anna's doing that, any other council members have any questions? If not, I can go out into, go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
Perfect.
Go ahead. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Okay, thank you for sharing it.
The just so I understand, the Confederated Villages is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Is that correct? It's not technically a governmental entity, but it serves as in the absence of a governmental entity. Is that
so? Yeah. So in the state of California, along the coast of California, where there are no federally recognized tribes, each of those tribal people, in order to be accepted on the Native American Heritage Commission list to consult with developers, counties, and cities around properties that have our traditional landscapes or burial sites. We are required to do such, to file those paperwork. So both the tribe and the Segurite Land Trust are 501c3s, which are separate. And the tribe runs as a traditional tribe with our matriarch as the lead. I am the tribal chair and spokesperson for the tribe. We have culture and language things that happen. And so we very much work on a traditional basis like that. The tribe does not accept funding, but the Segurite Land Trust does.
And is it an exclusive representative, or are there other organizations that also speak for Ohlone people?
Mm-hmm. And so, like I said, there are multiple tribes throughout the, is it 8 different tribal Ohlone people within the 8 different languages. Within the East Bay, there are multiple tribes that are here. So the way I like to explain it, like I was saying, that there is never one overarching tribe. And even within the East Bay, there was always lots of tribes. So the way I like to explain this so people understand it now is, imagine that Alameda County, we all speak the same language basically. And each city has its own municipalities and their own zones, their own laws and stuff like that. And so although we speak to each other and we may have relationships with each other, it doesn't mean that we necessarily speak. Albany doesn't speak for Berkeley. Berkeley doesn't speak for Oakland. It's kind of like that when it comes to the tribes in California. Multiple tribes like that may come together around certain things, but otherwise they're their own tribe and they take care of their own tribal members.
But you are the exclusive, the Confederated Villages of Lisjan is the exclusive voice for the Ohlone peoples who lived in Albany. There isn't, what I'm getting at is just making sure that Albany is not, choosing one group over others if there are others. So it sounds like there are others, but they represent other geographic areas. As far as Albany, the Confederated Villages is the representative of the descendants.
This is one of our territories, this Confederated Villages of Lisjan. And like many different California Indians, sometimes our tribal territories overlap. And so
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said sometimes our tribal territories overlap. And so it depends on the tribe and which territories they decide that they want to be in charge of. This, I know that I take care of this land. We have relationships with folks that are in Albany. We have Albany citizens that pay Shahmaghsoudi. We're working with, we're hoping to work with the school districts to create a better curriculum that is more inclusive of history, not only past, but current history. And I know that our tribe is the only tribe that has worked on sacred site protection in the Bay Area for over 25 years.
Councilmember McQuay, will this be city sponsored? You want us to approve it city sponsored, and will advertisement go out to invite? What are your goals on that? On getting the word out for this event?
Yes, this is a city event in partnership with the Confederated Villages. I assume it will go out in the e-news as our main publicity. There'll be another council meeting before that. We can certainly announce it there. It can go out on our social media.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll go ahead and see if there's any public comments, and then we'll bring it back to Councilor Jeremiah. Go ahead.
Mayor?
Yes?
Could I make a suggestion? Given the hour, and given that we still have quite a few participants, and I suspect many of them would like to speak to both this issue and number 2, that we combine the public comment so people can express support. I suspect what we're going to hear is support for all of the different proposals under consideration.
I would be in agreement.
Okay.
I would be in agreement, but let's go ahead and move the time up. It's 10:10 now. Let's just do 11 just to be safe.
Mayor Gary, if you are going to combine the public comment for the 2 items, you'll want to give double the time.
Okay.
Since otherwise they would be allotted, depending on what you were going to propose, 3 minutes each or 2 minutes each.
It'll be 2 minutes each. Let's just do another hour. Would that work for everyone?
Yeah, that's fine. I would like this item to stand alone. I would prefer not to have it blended with the other item. I think it's a very specific ask, and I'd like to have it stand alone.
And that's what she said. We're doing alone. She's just saying the public comments. Like, we have your memo, then we'll go to the next memo, and then we'll just have comments. We'll vote on each, so it won't be combined with the other item. She's just saying the public comments, let them all come at one instead of we go into one public comment vote and then go on to the next.
I
And that makes more sense.
I don't think that's standing alone.
Okay. Does anyone object to us waiting for public comment, or you want to hear public comment now? All right, so we'll go.
Well, my suggestion would be if public is being invited to comment on 11.2, that it might be useful to actually present 11.2.
That's what.
Okay.
This is why they don't stand alone.
Yeah, one way or the other. I don't have
11. Let's go ahead and move to item 11.2. I'm not going to go through the entire memo. I'll just go through the asks. But before I do that, there are 2 I want to point out. On number 3 with regarding the school district. Just want to make sure that's clear that my ask is not to come in and change any curriculum. I'm not asking the council to do anything outside of the school district or even push the school district to work in a way where we're disrupting what has already been in place for the school district. This is simply for us to increase our partnership with the school district, and we work together hand in hand, the city and the school. So I just wanted to make that clear. So there's no, I guess, any questions about, if we're taking over. That is not what this item or this ask is for. Okay. And so before you, you can read them yourself. The first we have, the acknowledgement, the recognition of the tribes. We have direct to Parks and Rec and Open Space Commission to work with the trust to analyze parcels. Again, the school district and the library. Number 4 is to direct creation of signage on Solano Avenue and city signs to acknowledge the Ohlone land. Number 5, to direct city staff to draft the constitution of the Confederate villages of the land acknowledgement so it can be read at the beginning of the city council meetings. And that I'm asking that the Ohlone tribe, they present options to us. We would not be responsible for carving that language. I would like something, authentic and unique if we decide to move forward with that. And then also to establish a 2-member subcommittee for the land trust to prepare a budget proposal for the city to formally incorporate annual payment for the tax. Okay, with that said, I will open it up for council to discuss and add any questions or comments.
Well, I'll have questions and comments, but I would like to hear the public. I would like to hear the public comment.
Okay, before I let the public in, does any other council members have anything, questions or concerns before I do that? All right, if not, we'll go ahead and listen to public comment. You have 2 minutes and we'll go ahead and open it up. Go ahead, please, Ann.
Is this 2 minutes for both items?
Right, so they have 4 minutes.
That's it, that's correct. Thank you, Ann.
Wait, I thought you said 2 minutes. It looks like she said it for 4 minutes. You're
muted.
Mayor.
Sorry. So again, you have 11-1, you have 2 minutes. 11-2, you have 2 minutes. So that's why she's setting it for 4 minutes. Does that make sense? Okay, but before we do that, can we extend the time? Can I get a vote for 11-10?
I'll second it.
All right, let's go ahead and do a roll call, please. Thank you.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Thank you.
All right, I guess it's my turn. So, I just want to say, first of all, a great presentation. And I want to second that to myself. Great presentation. You did. Thank you so much, Ms. Gould. I love learning stuff about the Native culture. It's fun. I'm really looking forward to the signage on Solano, especially the sign right on Solano pointing to the Ohlone Greenway. That's going to be great. I wish Albany and the Arts Committee, I've suggested so many times the Ohlone Greenway to put Ohlone heritage stuff, but they want to put up a black and white sculpture, meet me on the corner. Meet me on the corner. What does that have to do with Ohlone culture? Absolutely nothing. So it's time to have the Ohlone Greenway represent the Ohlone culture. And I'm so looking forward to that signage. Great presentation. I'm kind of mixing 11-1 and 11-2, but I guess you gave me the opportunity to do that since you mixed my 2 minutes up. So, I just think this is a great start to a wonderful beginning. And, I encourage city council, I encourage Albany residents, come to the Giltrack farm and learn and garden. I hope the city, you guys are doing a great thing right here. I'm going to be there October 11th. I'm going to try to spread the word to get the whole town to show up. Because you know what this is? This is a milestone, everybody. This is a big deal. So we need to treat it as such. This is a celebration for something good. We all need this. COVID, past 2 years, a lot of terrible stuff has happened. And we need something fun and happy to focus on. It brings us together. This is something that brings the people together. I mean, this is a win-win for our community. I mean, you can't go wrong. Learning about our land, learning about our culture, respecting people. I mean, this is social justice. And thank you, City Council, for taking this on, spearheading this, and taking action in the moment to create a solution. You know, here we are creating a solution for past problems and past issues. So we're making progress. And I just want to give a compliment on everybody involved. A lot of time, a lot of effort, and don't give up. We've gone too far to give up now. And this is so wonderful. And I really hope that the tribe gets to kind of pick the flag, you know, maybe have local artists competition, you know, or not a competition, you know, something more fun, you know, a collage, you know, a flag to where it represents the culture because they made the flag, not the American government making Native American flags. I mean, really, put that in the history books, right? We look back at this 10 years from now, how it all went down. The city council government chose how the flag got to represent their culture. You got to choose the colors. You got to choose the plants and the animals. Well, I'll put my bid in for a turkey. All right, keep up the good work.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, this is Jackie Hermes.
Albany.
How are you? Good evening, everyone. Mayor Gary and Albany City Council. I'm not sure who sets the time for when this kind of very important issue is raised at the City Council meeting, but I would like to see something like this be a lot earlier. I've been sitting here for 3 hours and I don't know, I would hope that next time you could please put these kinds of issues at a closer time to the beginning of the City Council meeting. I also feel it's a win-win situation for everyone in Albany. And as an Albany resident, active in city projects over the years, and as a voter, I strongly advise my City Council to pass the Rematriation resolution and supporting memorandum presented by the Lisjan Ohlone leader, Karina Gould, tonight on September 20th, 21. It is imperative we follow the messages that the City of Albany keeps giving about diversity and recognize the Native peoples on whose land we live our lives. I really want to commend Karina Gould for coming here and giving us a wonderful presentation. And thank you all City Council members for voting for this important issue. I don't think we can really move forward as people in Albany unless we take on this kind of incredible resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, folks. This is Effie, and I am a farmer and organizer at the Gill Tract and Albany resident these days. And I'd like to second what Jackie asked, is that a matter like this that you know is going to be of a lot of importance to a lot of folks commenting to be earlier in the agenda. And thank you, Karina, for your patience with all of us and for your presentation and for educating us. Thank you, City Council, for thinking on this and for considering this proposal. We've been working at the farm with Sagorate since, I want to say, for at least 6 years, and have seen them show up, work hard, take care of the land, teach us better how to take care of the land, and just be really good stewards and partners. And I think that I want to give as high a recommendation as I can to trust and support any proposal that's coming forward from Segurite at this time, when we have the opportunity to support initiatives of the folks of this land. I think it's one of the most important things we can do. So thank you for considering it, and please move things forward so that our kids can understand better what really has happened and where we come from and what this place is built on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Gary and council members. My name is Jessie Wofsy. I'm an Albany resident, and I'm here tonight to strongly voice my support for the resolutions to recognize the Lisjan people as one of the original inhabitants of the land we all call home, and to make real steps towards identifying and rematriating the public lands and spaces in Albany back to the members of this tribe. I have a first grader and a fifth grader, both at Ocean View, a site which I understand, along with Ocean View Park, was specifically inhabited by the Ohlone people. My kids are being educated by AUSD directly on native land. I cannot agree more with the importance of undertaking a thorough evaluation of school curriculum, programs, and events to ensure that they're accurate and inclusive of the history and resiliency of the Lisjan people. Having public signage recognizing that we're on Ohlone land will undoubtedly spark conversations within families and members of our community, deepening understanding and commitment to having this be a known and honored truth. And finally, taking steps towards budgeting city annual payments of the Shumi land tax will be a concrete way for our community to support current and future generations of Indigenous people to thrive here in the Bay Area. So thank you to the members of the Segurite Land Trust and to our mayor and city council for bringing this issue to our community in such a thoughtful and comprehensive way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Reverend Deborah Lee, and I'm a longtime resident of the city of Albany. I'm part of the Asian American population here in the city. I'm a member of the clergy, a United Church of Christ minister, and I serve as the executive director of an interfaith nonprofit organization, the Interfaith Movement for Human Integrity. Segurite has been a longtime partner of our organization, and I'm proud to be moving in the world with them. I'd like to register a comment in support of this proposal 11.1 and 11.2 to take proactive measures to support rematriation and a modest form of reparations in symbolic and concrete ways to the Confederated villages of Lisjan. These actions recommended to the city of Albany are significant and important, not just to the living descendants of those villages, but for all of us who live, benefit, and enjoy this place, Albany. It's important for us to live with integrity and to reflect values of our community and to practice reciprocity in the ways that we can begin to do that. The measure to analyze open space and parcels within city boundaries and to develop a joint plan to rematriate some of the public lands in our city is a very important step. So I want to make sure that that is included. It's an important step in the right direction. I recently had the opportunity to visit the beautiful park, Oakway Park in Richmond. And there's an example of how rematriation of public space can be a healing space for all. Importance, I have kids who graduated from the Albany School District, and I think it's so important for children and residents of all ages to learn the accurate, inclusive history and resiliency of the Lisjan people. My family personally and our nonprofit organization participate in the annual payment of the Shumi land tax, which is really a gift and a gesture of acknowledgement and a step towards right relationship with the original owners of this land. I'm grateful that Segurite Land Trust have created a vehicle for this mechanism of reciprocity. They have been stewards of this land, and it gives us an ability to support Indigenous sovereignty and self-determination, even in a small way. So I would be proud if our city did the same. So I urge you all to please vote yes and to continue these efforts. This is just the beginning of the conversation.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Hannah Pearl Walcott, and I'm here with my partner.
Hi, Christopher. Hi.
And I am a volunteer at the Giltrect Farm, And we just moved here about a year ago, so we are new to the community. So Mayor Gary, wonderful to meet you virtually. And Karina Gould, thank you so much for your presentation, for your heart and your presence. And I'm just wanting to jump on to offer my heart and my presence. I don't have anything that I prepared in writing to say. I just want to say that I'm in full support of whatever the city of Albany can do on any level and every level to acknowledge the land that we are on. I also believe that land acknowledgement, the signage and these things are one level, and then the other level is really making it a way of life to acknowledge who was here before us, as in ritual in our daily lives and in our hearts. So thank you so much. And I hope that I get to meet you, Mary Gary, one day, and you, Karina Gould. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Caroline Lehman. I'm a longtime Albany resident. I'm delighted to say that we too pay Shumi land tax. I can only echo what so many of my friends and neighbors have said to you about the wonderful presentation that you made, Karina, and how appreciative I am that Councilmember McQuaid is working on the flag. I'm really proud to think that we are helping you create the flag. That's really exciting. I want to thank you, Mayor Gary, for your wonderful text in 11.2, the Rematriation in Albany. And I can only urge all of you city council people to please, please vote for this. And as the Reverend Deborah said, this is only the beginning. Thank you all so much. And I hope everybody gets to go to bed soon. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Celine Wallace. I want to start by thanking the City Council for this initiative and for thanking Karina Gould for coming to work with us. It's very generous to come in and work on all these proposals, and I really hope that they will all come to fruition, as it seems that we're only at the very beginning. And I wanted to mention that I have a daughter who was in 4th grade last year, and it became very apparent that there is no group within the schools to represent the Ohlone point of view and interests, as there are other parent groups. And so I had to step forward because there were a few upsetting things about the social studies curriculum and the book. And, my daughter was made to build a pop-up mission. So I ended up writing a letter to our education leaders at different levels. And I am very looking forward to having, hopefully, the AUSD embrace the idea of having a special commission for Ohlone points of view to be represented. Thank you very much, and we'll be following this closely. All our support from us, and also as taxpayers, obviously, I would love the city to pay the Shumi tax. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Casey Zapata, and I wanted to start off by saying a note of deep gratitude to Karina for being here tonight. It really is an honor, and I hope that all of us recognize the time and energy this must take. Something was said a little earlier about a question about whether or not the tribe is a governmental agency, and I think that these are sort of details that aren't as important as the fact that the tribe is a representative and governmental agency that represents and has governed their people for since time immemorial. So I wanted to say something about that. And also, I think that what you're voting on tonight is so important. It really has to do with the fact that we cannot face our future without reckoning with our past. And this resolution takes us to the very beginning of the city of Albany, the land that we are on. So we cannot talk about justice. We cannot talk about creating equity in our city without starting from the foundation, the land that we're on. And so I'm deeply grateful to the mayor for bringing such a comprehensive resolution. This is not both resolutions I support, but the 11.2 is specifically has so much concrete change behind it that I wanted to speak directly about it. The second point of 11.2, which has to do with directing the park to look at public lands, is so critical. And what I wanted to connect it to is the land acknowledgement. And I really believe that land acknowledgements should not happen without something concrete happening in addition, because we've had words for so long that it must be accompanied by action. So I want to encourage the council to not pick apart this resolution, and perhaps we'll put some words at the beginning of our meeting without looking directly at the way land may be rematriated and returned to the tribe. And I won't speak more on the other pieces because I support them all, and I encourage you, and other people tonight have spoken about it. But I continue to hope that you will look hard at these concrete measures that go beyond words. Thank you so much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Dr. Jane Perry, and I'm a retired teacher and researcher from UC Berkeley's Harold E. Jones Child Study Center. And I want to thank Mayor Gary and the City Council for 11-2 Rematriation in Albany. I'm offering a public comment from a child development perspective, a perspective that follows quite succinctly with your Rematriation recommendation. And I also want to recognize with humility Karina Gold and the Lisjan folks that may be here tonight. Children learn who they are from family rituals and valued behaviors. Ceremonies give love, honor, heritage, and provide agency. And that's why I'm so very grateful for number 1 and 2 in the recommendation. Children as young as 2 years old and children old enough to compose and write use social empathy to convey their own thoughts on care, kindness, and mutual responsibility. As children develop further, they use creative reasoning to envision not only what they're learning of local Indigenous history, if they are learning it at all, but what rematriation can look like now and in the future. And in middle school, children are understanding concepts of deep fairness. For these reasons, number 3 of the recommendation is crucial, and I'm deeply, deeply grateful for it. Children learn interactively, which supports self-direction and industry. These are competencies valued by parents and the community, and ones that children will need to develop to function as adults in our society. And that's why I highly favor number 4 and 5 in the recommendation. Throughout the pre and teen years, children develop a more complex sense of themselves, who they are, where they belong. Children's thinking and behavior develop in dynamic relationships with family, peers, teachers, and the larger social world. Their moral standards are largely based on adult role models, including their ideas about social rules concerning what's right and wrong, fair and unfair. Moral emotions such as empathy, shame, and guilt may flourish or be smothered, depending on what young people witness during these crucial years. That's why I support number 6. An increasing number of students in the Bay Area are indigenous ancestry, from Mayan to Hmong to Pacific Islanders. And the Bay Area is also home to indigenous students from all over the country whose families were relocated here by the Indian Relocation Act of 1956. These students' development requires a connection to their culture, which your Rematriation and Albany resolution begins to address. You can read my full comments in my letter to the City Council I submitted and received confirmation of last night. I thank you very much for proposing these steps, and thank you for listening to my comments. Please stay safe and healthy.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laura Merchant. I am a member of the Climate Action Committee, but I am speaking tonight in my individual capacity as a resident of Albany. Thank you so much, Karina, for your time and for sharing about the history of this area. In addition to all of the other comments that folks have made in support of these resolutions, I would like to talk about the important intersection between the work of Sogorea and our town's need for increased urgency in addressing climate change. I have lived in a lot of different places, and California is one of the most beautiful. But these massive wildfires that seem to grow more intense every year and fill our skies with smoke as a regular seasonal thing, these are one of many signs that we have been very poor stewards of this land that we are so lucky to live on. The resolution before the council tonight represents an incredibly important opportunity for us to work in partnership and learn from Sogorea about how to better live in relationship to our land. Indigenous people make up just 5% of the world's population, but protect approximately 85% of the world's biodiversity through stewardship of Indigenous managed land. I would love to see a cultural shift in Albany in the way that we relate to the natural parts of our city, and I don't think there is a group better suited to help us do this. As the climate scientists have warned us, we are living in a critical moment where if we do not take dramatic action around climate change, it may be irreversible. Please treat this opportunity with the urgency it demands and pass these resolutions. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Lizzie Polk. I am a born and raised Albany resident of 35 years. I would like to lend my full support to the resolution proposed. I hope that this is the beginning of even greater commitments to rematriation and education in our community. As a child growing up on Albany Hill, the grinding stones, the oaks, and the native plants have featured prominently in my youth and what I think of as home. I was one of those students who learned about the Ohlone in the 4th grade as a people who were long gone, and learning about that the home that I love is on stolen land as an adult felt like a wound and a lie. Albany residents have long benefited from the genocide and forcible eviction of Ohlone peoples from their territory. In fact, my family has lived in the Bay Area since the 1800s, so I know that we personally had a negative impact on the Ohlone people for decades. While I can't take personal responsibility for the actions of my ancestors, I can take responsibility for what I do today and what we do today. We have the opportunity to make a difference in our lifetimes to address the pain and theft of the past. And while the Lisjan people have been robbed of their cultural lands and practices, we've also been robbed of learning from and working with a vibrant, living culture. Rematriation and education are the first steps to healing, so I urge the council to vote yes on both resolutions. Thank you so much, Karina, and thank you, City Council.
Hi, thank you. Everybody has been so articulate, and it's actually been really wonderful being at a city council meeting where so many people are speaking up about something that I feel strongly about, and it makes me feel happy to know that all of these people live in the community, the people I don't know, and I'm really glad you're all here and speaking up. And so thank you. And thank you to Mayor Gary and to Karina Gould for bringing this before the City Council. I, like everyone else, think it, hope that you will support it, that you won't pick it apart, that you won't think of reasons why it won't work, you won't create diversions or postpone it, but you'll actually just go ahead and take a chance and vote for it. Some of the parts, I guess all of the parts I like, but I just wanted to talk about the flag for a minute. The way that Councilmember McQuaid said it, she said that we are making a flag for the Ohlone people. I hope that's not, for the Lisjan, I hope that that's not exactly what's happening. I hope that it's being directed by the Confederate, Lisjan tribe, and not by us, that we're just helping maybe physically produce, that I hope that's not what's happening. So just something about the way she worded it just made me nervous. And then the celebration for raising the flag, I know that it was mentioned that it would be on the website and would go out through the e-news, but there are a lot of people in the city who don't have connections to the internet or don't have the ability to use it or don't have access or whatever. So I'm hoping that, I know Jeremiah will be out there saying things, but I hope that there will be other efforts to let people know, maybe some banners across the street, signs on poles, posters, just as many ways as possible to let people know so that we can include as many people as possible. I'm really, really excited to see this. I just appreciate so many different aspects of it. So thank you very much. And please, as everyone else has said, please just vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. I think you're on mute if you're speaking.
Julio?
Okay, if you want to go to the next, go to the next one. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Payal Sampath, and I am fortunate to be a resident and parent in the city of Albany. Very, very grateful to Ms. Gould for being here, for the amazing presentation and history lesson, really. And just, I wish it was earlier in the evening. I wish it wasn't so late, so my children and every child and resident in Albany could have heard that presentation. And I'm glad this will be recorded, but I really wanted to keep my kids up to sort of see history in the making here, because I think this is, something every kid in first grade and second grade and third grade should be hearing. All of us should know those maps. So I'm really deeply grateful. And I agree that delaying this to the end of the agenda, I think, does not accord it the respect that it deserves. I really appreciate the grace and generosity of Ms. Gould and staying so late and listening to all of us. And I'm very grateful to Mayor Gary and the City Council for bringing these two resolutions to the table. Like the others, I hope I hope that these will pass tonight. They have my strong support, both 11.1 and 11.2. And, I think that the signage, the land acknowledgement, these are all important first steps in recognizing and honoring the original peoples of this land. But I also really think that the next important steps are the intent related to the rematriation of public lands. I live in the shadow of the cross on Albany Hill, where there's a complex and racist history associated with crosses on East Bay Hills. And I think it would be fitting to see that land rematriated to the Chochenyo-speaking Ohlone peoples. And I also echo a previous speaker's comments on the climate and ecological urgency of such rematriation of public lands. I was also pleased to see that the City Council will be urging the Albany School District and the library to make revisions of curriculum and events, so that accurately reflect the history and ongoing contributions of the Lisjan Ohlone people. As a taxpayer, I intend to pay my share of Shumi land tax and would urge all my neighbors in Albany to do the same, and that the city of Albany should also consider reparations and its own Shumi tax. It was actually my 15-year-old daughter who first informed me about the Shumi tax, and my 9-year-old at the time who told me she wanted to participate in the Shell Mound campaign. And I'm very grateful to her 4th grade teacher at Ocean View who introduced her to that and took her students to the victory party where we met Karina. Our children are watching. They know we live on stolen land and they do not want to live with the injustices that they have inherited. So it's really time to enact these first measures to make amends and reparations and bring in a more just future for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, this is Greg Downs. I'm pleased to speak right after Payal, who we've had kids who have been lucky to be in some of the same classes over the years. A couple things. I don't want to take too much time because there's been a lot of great things said by many people, especially by Karina Gould, and appreciate all the information she provided. I know there was a question about recognition, and I do want to highlight, that any of you, can pull up if you're looking for, verification called the Second Century of Dishonor, put together by the UCLA American Indian Studies Center. And in chapter 14, it lays out exactly why the question, especially in California, generally the question of recognition is often misguided, and especially in California. Not only did the process of moving directly through statehood deny potential for recognition uniquely in California, not only was California, as Benjamin Madley at UCLA has written, the site of the single most thorough genocide against Native people of any state in the United States, but in the 1850s, with tribes that remained, Congress negotiated a series of treaties and then denied them without telling the tribes. And so the recognition in California is even worse and more despicable than the failures of recognition elsewhere. And so to compound that now by citing lack of recognition seems to me to be a real mistake and a real basic misunderstanding of the process. The resolution reads that they recognize, that the city recognized Lisjan as one of, and if there's any worry about including other descendants in future dealings with the city, that one of provides a way to recognize that we can engage with anyone else who would like to come, speaking, in that position. But I do really want to emphasize that to be caught up on recognition would be to insist that the only way to deal with past injustice is to repeat it over and over and over. And in fact, you are not obligated to do that. You have the opportunity not to. Want to emphasize the strength of the proposal, especially the second one, and especially the ways that it builds in study and development of partnerships with parks and with other aspects of the city. And just want to emphasize that with Sororite, both ourselves as in the Shumi and also with some of the students that I work with Sororite, and have found them to be amazing partners. So I think it's a wonderful partnership for Albany, and I hope council begins the process of building right relationship. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Brian DeLay, and I am very happy to speak after my neighbors who have already weighed in so eloquently on this wonderful set of proposals. And I won't speak very long, partly because I see there's still 38 attendees and many, many people waiting to speak. I want to thank Karina Gould and Mayor Gary for their leadership and the council for considering this important set of measures tonight. I am in strong favor of both proposals. I think it's really important that the city takes seriously the possibility and the responsibility to engage in curricular reform across our schools. The children, as others have said, and I can attest to this with my own children, our children know something about this history. They know enough to know that they're not learning what they ought to be learning, and they're looking to us to try to make that right. I think that beginning a rematriation process about land here in Albany that would really reckon with the long and ongoing history of colonialism in the East Bay generally, and Albany in particular, is overdue and extremely important. And I think that if the city took the step of paying as a corporate entity paying the Shumi land tax, it would help spread the word about this very modest and again overdue measure that more and more of us should be doing. And it would be an opportunity for city to show some leadership in this important regard. And all these things together, as others have said, would only be a start, but it would be an important start. So I really hope that you will embrace the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, this is Brian Doss, Vice President of Albany Board of Education. And I just wanted to come in and say thank you, Karina, for being here. I know it's really late, but really appreciate you sticking around and for this important item. And I'm in complete support of both items that were presented. I can only speak as one board member. I can't speak as all five. I will say that myself committed to enriching our current curriculum and making sure that students have a wide range of things that they learn so that they can be responsible adults when they get older, understanding many cultures and not being trapped in a box. And so we can really expand their thinking. And the only way that we can do that is if we expand, what they currently learn in schools. So heard many parents loud and clear what they said, what they wanted, and we're working towards that. We have to diverse our narrative, which is moving things in the right direction to make sure students get the things that they need. But tonight, I just wanted to show my complete support. I've spent a lot of time at the Guild Track, and wanted to just show my support there. So I hope that our esteemed mayor and city council will move this forward, positive for our city. And for our new resident, said they've been here for a little around a year. Welcome to Albany. We're happy to have you, and we look forward to seeing you out and about. I hope everyone has a great evening.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Cole Rainey, and I work in Albany as a member of the Guild Tract. I'm also a grad student at UC Berkeley, and I also work with students from Albany High through the EdSet program. And I just first want to say thank you, Karina, as always, for your grace and your generosity, and for just the work that you do of educating us and teaching us how to be good guests. And I want to urge the city council, I'll be brief as it's getting late, but I just want to urge the city council to pass resolution 11.1 and 11.2, the Rematriation of Albany. And I want to highlight a few of the things that others, the eloquent speakers before me have said, especially around land and the working with the Park Recreation and Open Space Commission to identify public lands. I think that is so important. And I want to say that this beautiful work is already happening at the Guild Tract. And I've watched students come and learn from members of Segorite, learn from members of the Confederated villages of Lisjan. And it's incredible to watch how these young people open up their hearts and their minds when they're there. And I want to urge you all to be able to take part in this beautiful work that's already happening. Karina and her family and the tribe are already doing it, and it's happening here. And so you all can be a part of it. And it's, yeah. So want to urge you all to pass this resolution, and thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
My name is Teddy Simon, and I'm the Indigenous Justice Advocate at the ACLU of Northern California. Our sincere gratitude to Mayor Gary, Chairwoman Gould, and members of the City Council for advancing this critically important work. We stand with the Sogoreté Land Trust and urge the City of Albany to adopt the Rematriation resolution. We acknowledge that the ACLU of Northern California exists on the occupied and unceded territories of over 100 tribes. This land has been stewarded by Indigenous people since time immemorial. California came into existence through genocide, forced displacement, termination, indentured servitude, and the federal boarding school system. These policies and practices continue to oppress and erase Indigenous peoples today. Given all of that, we are all compelled to grapple with the legacy and act to interrupt the continued harm of colonialism and genocide and redress the erasure of Indigenous peoples. Through our Indigenous justice work, the ACLU of Northern California is committed to following the lead of Indigenous peoples as they work to uphold their sovereignty, dignity, and identities. Rematriation, acknowledging the land, evaluating the curriculum, visibly acknowledging Ohlone territory, and paying shu'umi are all critical steps towards justice. We urge the Albany City Council to adopt both of these resolutions in full and implement them to the fullest extent of the letter and spirit.
Thank you so much for your comment. I believe that's all the count. Oh, we have one more. Go ahead, Julio.
Hi, buenas noches. Thank you everyone for being here and listening to this topic. My name is Julio Contreras. I was born in Oregon, in Hayward, and raised here in Huichin, in the unceded territories of the Lisjan Ohlone. And I also want to support 11.1 and 11.2, as well as just share beautiful stories and experiences as Cole and others who have been to the Guild Tract and work at the Guild Tract. My children have been able to also be on the land and steward the land with Sogoreté Land Trust, the Lisjan people, and also visit the Berkeley Shellmount and get to experience that. So it really is something that is inspiring. As they were sharing what they learned and how they also want to care for the land and for the earth, I found myself struggling to speak and also share my experiences, but it was just so beautiful and empowering to see them really, like Cole said, opening up their hearts and their minds to this new way of viewing the world. And not new way, let me correct that, sorry. The way of viewing the world through real passionate and the original Native people who inhabited this land before our cultures were decimated and before we were colonized. I mean, I speak as a Mexican American, coming from a family of campesinos, of people who were subsistence farmers in the land in Mexico. So I just really want to stress, thank you so much, Karina, for all the knowledge that you shared. I really want to stress how heavy that trauma is and how much destruction that was. And I find it so amazing that y'all are revitalizing your language and really doing this work. And also opening up to this relationship to City Council. Thank you for proposing this. But I also want to just really stress how that's a really big step for the Lisjan people to come out of hiding and to really stand up and share their voice. And so I recommend that you don't take that lightly and you really do listen and create this beautiful relationship of reciprocity and being for all of us to be great hosts on the land that the Lisjan Ohlone people have stewarded. And I also am really hoping that this is just, I really do think this is just the beginning. There is more discussions to speak about land rematriation and other sites that can be rematriated, especially with the history of UC Berkeley as well. So thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Looks like we have the last comment. Go ahead, Margie.
Hi, this is Margie Marks. I support both of these resolutions. My family pays the Shuimi tax. For our 3-bedroom home in Albany, it's $400 a year. And if you go to the Segurite website, there's a calculator that you can calculate how much your share would be. You can also make arrangements to make a monthly contribution. For me, it's very important. It's a very concrete way to honor and celebrate the humans that first lived in Albany. And every time I think about it or see it, I always think we are so lucky to have the Giltrap Farms here in our city. The Giltrap Farms have formed a partnership with the Segurite Land Trust. An essential part of the work of rematriation is revitalizing culture and spiritual traditions. Doing those, along with the production of thousands of pounds of food each year for the community, is a result of the trust. We have this amazing jewel of a resource right here in Albany. I would urge you to enhance and protect that resource. And this resolution is a way to start to do that. And I just want to spell Segurite if anybody wants to look it up. It's S-O-G like girl, O-R-E-A, capital T-E with an accent. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you so much for the comments. I thank you all for spending the time to be here and provide your comments. I'll send this time right now to 11:30 at the latest. Does that work for everyone? Okay. Let's do a quick, all right, let's go to a quick vote.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Yes.
Mayor Gary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
All right, I think Councilmember Nixon, you had your hand up.
Whenever you're ready to take comments.
Yeah, I'm ready for the council. Did you
Okay,
have a comment?
okay. Yeah, I very strongly support 11-2. I think it's really tremendous to be looking at this. I hope that we could extend the issue around involvement with the public lands, rematriation, and the easements for cultural uses. I hope that we could also encourage and invite an Ohlone voice into the entire field of management of the public lands and what our objectives should be, as well as what our policies should be. Should we be working to try to restore these lands to what might have been there, as close as we can to what they were like when they were managed exclusively by the indigenous people here. There's a lot to it, but I strongly support it and hope that we can do more with this. I have concerns about 11-1, and it's not because this isn't a federally recognized tribe, but that there is this issue around treating an organization that isn't governmental as governmental, and then having the risk that other people come and say, wait, that's not my government. And you know, that always happens. There's plenty of people who live in the United States and say, well, the United States government isn't my government. I don't agree with it. I don't accept it. But I'm just a little uneasy about this sort of municipal recognition that it could be somehow problematical, undemocratic,
not in accordance with the rule of law, all kinds of, issues along those lines. So I have some real reservations about 11.1, but am willing to stand down on those in deference to my fellow council members if people feel strongly about flying a flag. But strongly support 11.2. My only other comment, I hope, and this is kind of sensitive, but I have seen in just Googling around, I have seen, Free Palestine as part of the messaging of the Confederated villages. And I think it's really important to understand that to most Jews, Israeli or American, the establishment of Israel was not a colonial project. It was a return. It was a return to land that people had yearned for thousands of years. And the restoration of the language, I hope, would be kind of a model for greater restoration of indigenous languages here. And I'd like to invite you, Karina Gould, if you would be so kind, if you would consider it, I would love to introduce you to people who could share with you, why that is the perspective that is shared by so many Jews across the world, and especially those originating in the Middle East. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Tiedemann, I'll go around the room.
Yeah, I'll make this pretty brief. I just want to thank Councilmember McQuaid for bringing 11.1 forward, Mayor Gary for bringing 11.2. This is a really comprehensive and well done resolution, and it's rare that we get a shoe in, but these seem like those. Also, thank you so much to Karina for coming in, making this presentation and talking to us tonight. A couple of our public commenters, as well as you, Karina, mentioned the fourth grade education around here. I'm a little bit closer to fourth grade than most of the other council members, so I remember it well, and I remember having conversations with other people who went through the California school system of realizing, oh, this thing that we spent a whole year talking about, these aren't federally recognized tribes, and so they don't get the same support that we would think they would. And I also was lucky enough to have the chance to work on this at the federal level this summer, and saw the real difficulties that even federally recognized tribes face. So I'm really happy that we can do something locally to help the Ohlone and do the right thing. So fully support these and ready to vote on them whenever.
All right. Thank you so much, Councilmember Tina. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. As I said earlier, we do need to ask some of the harder questions. So I had a question for the city attorney. Is there anything in this resolution that raises a flag for you? I certainly support the ideas behind all of these. I'm wondering about the tax. Is that a gift of public funds? Is that something the city can legally do without ending up in a bad place?
Councilmember McQuaid, there are a couple things I would want to follow up. I do think you could move forward with the resolution because it is directing commissions or an ad hoc committee to look into these issues, but I would want to follow up on some legal issues to make sure things could be done, including the rematriation, depending on what that entails.
Great, thank you. I think that's true. I mean, yeah. I think that 4 of these are really easy to do, and I think we can move forward on them without a whole lot of energy or anything. I do think the piece about the land acknowledgement, I was a little bit confused as to why we would have staff work on that. That seems to me to be a perfect fit for the SEJC, or Social and Economic Justice Commission. I know they've talked about it. And I of course think that, working with Karina is the way to go with that, and have have her ideas or their ideas be the lead, and we just kind of come along behind. You know, I'm interested, not as part of the resolution, but I am interested in what other cities are doing. And maybe there's some room for partnerships in this space. You mentioned Alameda is paying the tax. Do you know offhand what they're paying? I know they're larger than we are, but.
Yeah, they have decided to pay $11,000 for the next 2 years as
Great,
part of
thank you.
their general budget.
Okay, thank you. That's a good number to know. I guess that's sort of all. Oh, I think as far as the signage, we certainly do need better signage in the city, and I think having the Arts Committee work on that would be a good place for that to be. I'm just thinking if there's anything else. So, and I think, you know, the school district certainly seems to be interested in this and moving forward. I'm not sure what our role is in that, except for a supportive role. So that's fine. And I'm interested, and I don't think we need to have it totally firmed up tonight, but what it means to rematriate public land and spaces. I like some of the things that I've seen, or I like all of the things I've seen, but what would that look like for Albany? I think that's a question that I'd like to see fleshed out as we move forward.
All right, thank you so much. Oh, sorry.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
Okay, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gary, for bringing 11-2 or Resolution 11-2 to us, and to Councilmember McQuaid bringing Resolution 11-1. It's late, as you can hear my voice, but I support both. I have some suggestions on 11-2 that I hope will help it perhaps be more effective procedurally. On item number 2, as laid out in the memo, not in the resolution necessarily, in an effort to fit work to capacity for the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission, I would suggest that we remove an item from their work plan and add this item as a part of this resolution, so as to give this work the due energy that it should be given. And if the council is interested, I would suggest removing the key route median item from their work plan to make free up capacity for this item. On items 4 through 6, while I appreciate that we have advisory bodies that are fit in terms of subject area for some of those, I think it's a matter of respect for the time of the Confederated villages, that it would be best to have the 2-member subcommittee that is designated number 6 be the point of contact for number 4 and 5 as well, because obviously the Confederated villages should be involved and or even directing those, but that asks them to go to a multiplicity of different Albany government meetings. I don't find is a respectful way to treat their time. So those are my 2 suggestions.
All right, thank you so much, Vice Mayor Jordan. With that said, one, I would like to thank Karina for all of her hard work. The community definitely appreciate you. You could tell from the amount of comments and the work that you have put into the community. So I'm grateful to have worked with you as well. And I'm going to be quiet and ask for a motion.
I will move both resolutions.
All right. I get a second?
Seconded.
City Attorney, looks like you want to say something?
I wasn't sure if Vice Mayor Jordan was going to jump in on removal of the item from the work plan, and that wasn't agendized, but if you wanted to bring that back at a future meeting, we could.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, people should realize, you know, what that is a fairly urgent item. That is a memorial that honors a couple of gentlemen for some activities that are really not acceptable in our city today, having to do with discrimination against Asian Americans. So it's something we should discuss another day.
Sounds good. All right, let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Well, would you accept a friendly amendment to expand the scope of the subcommittee to encompass being the point of contact for items number 4 and 5, as well as 6?
Any objections? Any concerns? All right,
Thank you.
we'll go ahead and with a roll call.
Councilmember Nason,
Aye.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
and Councilmember McQuay.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank
For
you
both
so much.
resolutions.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the public for your participation. I know it's a late night. And to you again, Karina, thank you so much for your work.
Thank you so much. Look forward to working with all of you.
Absolutely. All right, so.
Mayor, question for the council. Are you also going to be creating this, identifying the members for the subcommittee this evening?
I would like to. I mean, I think it would be prudent.
Okay.
If you really want to move with alacrity, and I'm fine with the last item. I mean,
That's
maybe
what I
we
was
could ask if there's anybody left to comment on it as a matter of respect, but I'm fine pushing it off to the next meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, do you, any ayes? I guess myself, I would like to be on the subcommittee. Anyone else? Councilmember Tiedemann, there you
I would
two.
be happy to serve on it.
All right, do you guys want to do a vote real fast?
I will move Mayor Gary and Councilmember Tiedemann form a subcommittee to work with Segurate and the Confederated Villages of Lisjan.
Seconded.
4 through 6.
All right, let's go ahead and get a roll call.
I'm sorry, you said for item 4 through 6, right?
Yes, for that subcommittee to be the point of contact for items 4 through 6.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
All right, we'll go ahead and move down to item number 12. It looks like item 11.3 will be on the next council meeting. We'll agree on that. So I go around the room. Let's start with Councilmember Nason. Any meetings? Nope. Councilmember McQuaid.
Yeah, it's been a long time now. This goes all the way back to July, I think. So everyone, Home Leadership Board, League of California City Division meetings, National Night Out, mixers, Park Master Plan meeting they had in the park. I attended the opening of Ocean View School. There's a wonderful art exhibit at the community center, the first one since COVID, and it's really delightful. It's a whimsical exhibit, and I think everybody should go check it out. I've had a housing commission meeting, and I attended the Solano Avenue mini stroll, for lack of a better term, the other day.
All right, thank you so much. Start with Councilmember Tiedemann.
I attended the marketing, regulatory, and subcommittee meeting of the East Bay Community Energy Board, where we got a summary of the legislation that was going through in this session that EBC was interested in. On a similar note, I also attended the EBC title game for the Oakland Roots, which is a great time, and that is our local soccer team, so I recommend anyone go. It's a good game to attend.
Great, thank you so much. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes, attended the meeting of the Albany County Mosquito Abatement District, and I guess some germane points there is that Aedes aegypti has been found 10 miles from Albany County in San Joaquin County. This is a disease-carrying mosquito that is active in the daytime, has a preference for people rather than anything else, and can breed and grow to adulthood in a cap full of water. The district has started outreach on the various approaches that it will take through integrated pest management to control this mosquito and hopefully eradicate it from the county should it arrive. In that capacity, I connected the district with the Northern Alameda County group of the Sierra Club, where the district gave a presentation on the different methods that it's considering. And Stop Waste Energy Council, its main subcommittee, had a meeting, and in that meeting, there was discussed SB 1383 compliance. This is the organic waste law that's going to affect for enforcement January 1st. And interestingly, heard from Pleasanton representative and staff that the council in Pleasanton finds that the revenue to pay for that program cannot be generated through waste hauling franchise agreements, despite what is represented by the state, which would make this an unfunded mandate, which in turn would make it illegal for the state to impose on local jurisdictions. So I'm trying to pursue that and get some more interest among the other representatives to learn more about that and explore that. And I thank the city attorney for giving me some opinions on that. And then finally, the PG&E has approved, so there's a non-disclosure agreement in the works between the city and PG&E to allow the city to have access to a mapping interface that PG&E has put together for cities to work with PG&E on rational natural gas distribution system pruning. So we need to ban natural gas if we're going to make our greenhouse pollution reduction goals. And so PG&E has built this tool to trade information back and forth. The city attorney made some edits. PG&E accepted them all, and so it just needs to be signed, and then we'll have access to that tool. We're actually one of the first cities in the state, or in PG&E's territory, that will have access to this tool. So that's pretty exciting. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Jordan. I didn't attend any meetings. I missed our county mayor's conference due to a work conflict, but I was kept up to speed what happened. So I do apologize that I wasn't able to report going to that meeting. But other than that, we can govern ourselves to what's coming forth on our future agendas. Oh, I'll go around the room. Vice Mayor Jordan, anything you want on the future agenda?
I'm likely to write an item on an emergency alternate order of succession that is somewhat automatic, so that new council members don't have to designate who their alternates are. It's just a matter of course.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Nason.
Nothing new.
Councilmember Quaid.
No.
All right, thank you so much. Let's govern ourselves to the announcements for the upcoming meetings this week. We do have the Community Task Force on Policing. That's tomorrow at 7. Planning and Zoning Wednesday at 7. Transportation meeting is Thursday at 7. And then the 2x2x2 next Monday, the 27th. And we'll meet back here on October 4th. Look like we got a packed week this week. Meetings should be interesting. Thank you so much to our city manager, city attorney, Vice Mayor Jordan, Councilmember Quaid, Councilmember Nason, and Councilmember Tiedemann. Meeting is adjourned, and I'll see you next month. Have a good evening.